You think you are living a safe and happy life, but let me tell you the truth. Your comfortable life is nothing but a beautiful golden prison. Millions of people are choosing not to live at all, simply because they want to feel secure. You are so terrified of the unknown, so afraid of being truly free, that you have fallen in love with your own chains. You have sacrificed your life, your passion, and your entire soul just to stay safe, and that is why you will die unfulfilled. Look at yourself. Are you truly alive, or are you just a well-behaved puppet in a comfortable cage? Hello, my beloved friends. Look closely at your life. Look at the people around you and ask yourself a fundamental question. Why is it that those who live the safest, most comfortable, and most secure lives are so often the ones who die completely unfulfilled? They have done everything right according to the world. They have found a steady job, built a secure home, gathered a respectable family, and followed every rule dictated by the collective. Yet, if you look into their eyes, you will not find a dance. You will find a quiet, lingering sadness. You will find a deep, suffocating boredom. This is the deadly trap of comfort. It is what I call the comfortable prison, a place where the walls are made of gold, the chains are lined with velvet, and the prisoner is so well fed that he forgets he has lost his wings. Before we dive deeper into the mechanics of this beautifully decorated cage, I want to invite you to join our growing communion. If you feel a truth stirring within your heart as you listen to my voice, take a moment to subscribe to this channel, like this video, and share it with those who are still asleep in their nests of comfort. You can also actively participate in spreading these seeds of awareness by clicking the join button to become a member, or by showing your appreciation through super thanks. We have also carefully crafted ebooks that can serve as quiet, midnight companions for your inner journey. Let your reflections bloom naturally in the comment section below. I want to hear the silent echoes of your soul. To understand why comfort is so lethal to the human spirit, we must first understand the true nature of freedom. Freedom is not a simple, one-dimensional concept. It is a vast, three-dimensional phenomenon. The first dimension is physical freedom. For thousands of years, human beings have physically enslaved one another. Man has been sold in the marketplace just like cattle, treated as property, and stripped of his basic human dignity. In places like India, the system of untouchability created a reality where even touching another human being or merely letting their shadow fall upon you was seen as a contamination that required a ritual bath. Across the world, the female body has been treated as inferior, a mere child-producing factory owned by the husband. In ancient China, a man could kill his wife with total legal impunity because she was considered his personal property, devoid of a soul. While this crude, physical slavery has diminished over time, it has not entirely vanished. True physical freedom means that no body is categorized as higher or lower than another, black or white, man or woman. All bodies are equal expressions of existence. But physical freedom is only the foundation. The second dimension is far more subtle, far more dangerous, and far more pervasive. Psychological freedom. In the world today, there are almost no individuals who are psychologically free. If you call yourself a Christian, a Muslim, a Hindu, or a Buddhist, you are a psychological slave. The way we raise children in this world is a systematic process of spiritual suppression. We do not allow them to think, to explore, or to discover their own reality. Instead, we force their minds into prefabricated molds. Parents fill the fresh, innocent minds of their children with concepts they themselves have never experienced. They teach them about a God they do not know, a heaven they have never seen, and a hell they only fear. Because your own mind was poisoned by your parents, you pass the very same disease down to the next generation. It is a continuous loop of inherited blindness. True psychological freedom can only exist when a child is helped to develop intelligence, alertness, and deep consciousness, rather than being handed a set of ready-made beliefs. We must not give children faith. We must give them the courage to search for the truth. We must remind them from the very beginning that only their own truth, discovered through their own living experience, will ever set them free. Truth cannot be borrowed. It cannot be studied from holy books, nor can it be gifted to you by a priest. You must sharpen your own intelligence so that you can look directly into the mysteries of existence and find it for yourself. When a mind is left open, receptive, and wildly curious, psychological freedom naturally arises, bringing with it an immense sense of responsibility. A child raised this way will feel a deep, lifelong gratitude toward his parents, rather than the hidden, boiling anger that most people carry toward those who crushed their original spirit. Then there is the third dimension of freedom, which is the ultimate freedom, spiritual freedom. This is the absolute realization that you are not the body, you are not the mind, but you are purely a witness, a silent, pristine ocean of consciousness. This realization does not come from intellectual gymnastics. It comes only through the silent doors of meditation. Meditation separates you from the physical container and the psychological noise. leaving you standing as pure awareness. These three dimensions form the essential tripod of human liberation. Yet, society operates on a completely different principle. Society is obsessed with the collective. But I tell you, the collective has no soul. The collective has no mind, no body, and no independent existence. It is nothing more than a word, a ghost created by your imagination. We get so overwhelmed by words that we completely forget they have no independent substance. The society, the state, the nation, the church, these are all functional fictions. What truly exists is the individual. I am reminded of a beautiful moment in Alice in Wonderland. When Alice arrives at the court of the queen asks her, "Did you meet my messenger on the road?" Alice replies, "I met nobody." The queen, thinking that nobody is a real person, asks, "Then why has nobody not arrived here yet? Surely nobody walks slower than you." Alice tries to correct her, saying, "No, Your Majesty, nobody can walk faster than me." But the queen's mind is stuck. For her, nobody has become a tangible entity, a person who is moving along the path. This is exactly what humanity has done with the concept of the collective. We have turned a non-entity into a monstrous God, and on the altar of this imaginary God, the real living individual is continuously sacrificed. Nations demand that millions of young men die for lines drawn on a map, lines that exist nowhere on the actual earth, lines that are nothing but an intellectual game. Yet, for these non-existent lines, real blood is spilled, and those who die are praised as national heroes. This worship of the collective must be entirely dissolved if humanity is to survive. Whether it is done in the name of Christianity, Hinduism, Islam, communism, or fascism, it is the same ugly game. A Muslim priest tells his followers that if they die in a holy war, a jihad, their entry into a sensual paradise is absolutely guaranteed. And even the person they kill will go to heaven because they were blessed to be killed by a true believer. Christians launch crusades, burning thousands of people alive at the stake. For what? For a word, for an abstraction. A true, free world cannot be built on collective identities. When the individual is free, when the individual is psychologically clear and spiritually awake, the collective will naturally reflect that freedom. The collective is made of individuals. The individual is not made by the collective. We do not belong to anything. We remain fundamentally independent, organically whole within our own beings. If we desire a transformed world, the glory attached to these large collective labels must fade away. The individual must be recognized as the highest, most sacred value in existence. But you must be very careful here. When I speak of freedom, I am not talking about a reaction. Freedom from something is not true freedom. If your freedom is dependent on what you are fighting against, you are still bound to it. You owe your new state to your enemy. Without them, your freedom would collapse. Nor is freedom simply the license to do whatever your mind desires. Wanting to do whatever you like is a form of slavery because desires arise from the unconscious conditioning of the mind, and the mind itself is your primary bondage. True freedom is something entirely different. It arises from an absolute, choiceless awareness. When you are simply aware, without choosing, without judging, without reacting, your freedom becomes independent of external circumstances and internal desires. It is simply the freedom to be yourself. You were born with this freedom. It is your essential, existential nature. No one can give it to you, and no one can take it away from you. A sword can slice through your physical neck, but it cannot touch your pure being. It cannot cut your freedom. To be truly free is to be deeply rooted in your own center, independent of the world outside. Right now, you are a puppet. If you are a Christian, a Jew, a Hindu, or a Muslim, your strings are being pulled by dead traditions, by an invisible God manufactured by clever priests to keep you small and manageable, to give you the illusion that this ghost is real. They have created prophets, messiahs, and holy laws. These figures do not represent the divine. They represent human ego, an ego that desires to reduce you to a mechanical object. They hand you 10 commandments. They dress you in a borrowed personality, and they load your spirit with a mountain of dead knowledge. From your deepest childhood, you have been carrying the weight of the Himalayas on your back, while your true, vibrant, innocent nature remains completely buried and suppressed. My vision of freedom is the total dropped weight of these projections. You did not enter this world as a Democrat, a communist, a capitalist, or a priest. You were born as pure, pristine, innocent consciousness. To return to that original purity, to that untouched state of wonder, is what I mean by liberation. Freedom is the ultimate peaks of human experience. And when you stand on that peak, beautiful flowers begin to blossom within your reality. Love is nothing but the fragrance of a free soul. Compassion is the flowering of inner space. Everything that is truly beautiful, everything that is genuinely sacred, opens its petals only when you are completely natural and unconditioned. Do not confuse this with political independence. Independence is always a reaction against an oppressor. Do not confuse it with your mind's whims, for your whims are just the chains of desire clicking together. True freedom brings an absolute, silent peace. It makes you incredibly still, joyous, and content within your own existence. But to step into this dimension, you must become intensely aware. The roots of our slavery are not external. They grow in the fertile soil of our own unconsciousness. No tyrant can truly take your freedom unless you willingly surrender it. At the very end of the equation, it is your own hidden desire to remain dependent, your own deep fear of standing alone, that keeps you in chains. The moment you decide to take absolute responsibility for your own life, everything changes. But remember, this path is not covered only in soft rose petals. There are sharp thorns. There are dark nights of sorrow, just as there are bright mornings of ecstasy. Life maintains a strict balance between polar opposites. Sweetness cannot exist without bitterness. The day cannot exist without the night. Summer needs the winter, and life cannot dance without the presence of death. If you want the thrill of true freedom, you must be courageous enough to accept the totality of existence, its pain, its joy, its tears, and its laughter. The person who says, "I only want the comfort, I only want the pleasure, I only want the safety," is a person who is asking to be a corpse. Only dead things are perfectly safe. Accept the absolute responsibility of being exactly who you are, with all your flaws, all your beauty, all your darkness, and all your light. In that total, unconditional acceptance, a great miracle happens. A radical transcendence takes place. And for the very first time, you step out of the machinery of the crowd and become a true living individual. Why do we find this so difficult? Why does the human mind crave rules so desperately? If you look at the entire animal kingdom, you will notice something fascinating. No animal needs an army, a police force, a court, or a constitution. They live perfectly, gracefully, in absolute alignment with nature. Man is the only animal that needs laws. Why? Because man has left the innocent certainty of the animal world, but he has not yet arrived at the conscious peak of true humanity. He is caught in the middle. He is a bridge, a transition, a chaotic storm between nature and the divine. Because he is a chaos, he needs external rules, governments, and police officers to keep himself from tearing his own world apart. If man were to truly evolve, if he were to become genuinely conscious, all laws would become totally obsolete. For individuals like Socrates, Zarathustra, or Bodhidharma, Rules are completely meaningless. They are so deeply awake that they are incapable of harming anyone. They do not need an outer commandment to tell them how to love or how to be fair. If the entire earth could move toward this level of consciousness, love would rule the planet, not law. But the tragedy is that the very forces we created to manage our inner chaos, the states, the organized religions, the courts, the politicians, have become immensely powerful monsters. To control us, they had to strip us of our power. And now that they have tasted the intoxication of control, they have a vested interest in keeping you exactly where you are. They do not want you to become conscious. They do not want you to become independent, spiritually self-sufficient individuals. Because the day you awaken, their entire empire collapses. The priest loses his pulpit, the politician loses his throne, the judge loses his gavel, and the general loses his army. They need you to remain a chaotic, terrified slave so that they can maintain their prestige and power. Look at what happened in China 25 centuries ago with Lao Tzu. He was a man of such immense wisdom that his reputation spread across the entire land. The emperor, in all his humility, begged Lao Tzu to become the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, believing that no one could guide the laws of the country better than him. Lao Tzu tried to refuse, saying, "I am not the right person for your system. If I step into your court, even for a single day, you will see that either I must leave, or your entire legal structure and your empire must be dismantled. The system you are running is fundamentally unnatural and false." But the emperor was stubborn and insisted that Lao Tzu take the post. On his very first day as Chief Justice, a thief was brought before him. This man had stolen half the treasure of the richest merchant in the capital city. Lao Tzu listened to the case, weighed the facts, and then handed down his judgment. Both the thief and the wealthy merchant were to spend 6 months in the very same prison cell. The wealthy merchant was absolutely shocked. He cried out, "What kind of madness is this? I am the victim. I am the one who was robbed. How can you send me to prison with the man who stole my wealth? Where is the justice in this court?" Lao Tzu looked at him with cool, piercing clarity and said, "In reality, I am being deeply unfair to the thief. Your crime is far greater than his. You have accumulated so much wealth for yourself that you have deprived thousands of people in this city of their basic needs. You have hoarded and hoarded out of sheer greed, creating the very poverty that forces this man to steal. Your greed is the womb of his theft. You are the primary criminal. He is merely the secondary reaction. You must go to prison first." The merchant immediately demanded to see the emperor. shouting that Lao Tzu's judgment was unconstitutional and completely outside the established laws of the land. Lao Tzu simply smiled and told him to go ahead. When the merchant explained the situation to the emperor, he said, "Your Majesty, this man must be removed immediately. He is incredibly dangerous. Today he is putting me in prison. Tomorrow he will look at your palace. Realize your greed is the greatest of all and put you in a cell. He is perfectly logical, and everything he says is true, but he will utterly destroy our way of life." The emperor understood the danger instantly. If greed was a crime, then the emperor was the greatest criminal in the land. Lao Tzu was promptly dismissed from his post. As he left, he said to the emperor, "I told you from the beginning that I was not your man. Your society, your laws, and your morality are upside down. To maintain a completely false and corrupt system, you need false and blind judges. You do not need truth. You need a mechanism to protect your comfort." This is the exact situation humanity finds itself in today. The institutions that were originally meant to protect us have become our greatest jailers, and it is completely pointless to fight them externally. They have the guns, they have the money, they have the prisons, and they have the armies. If you fight them with violence, you will be crushed, or worse, you will become exactly like them. The only way out of this global trap is a silent, internal revolution of consciousness. They cannot see what is happening inside your heart. They cannot put a fence around your meditation. I am offering you a spiritual alchemy. Transform your inner being. The moment you become intensely aware, integrated, and centered, you silently step out of their jurisdiction. You are no longer a slave because your inner chaos has vanished. You no longer need their crutches because you can walk on your own 2 feet. True freedom is never an invitation to chaos. People who have been suppressed for lifetimes often confuse the two. I am always reminded of a story from the days of the Russian Revolution. The very day the Tsar was overthrown and freedom was proclaimed, an old woman was seen walking right down the middle of a major street in Moscow, completely disrupting the flow of traffic. A policeman rushed over to her and said, "Babushka, you cannot walk in the middle of the road. It is dangerous, and you are blocking the carriages and horses. You must walk on the sidewalk." The old woman looked at him with defiant eyes and snapped, "What are you talking about? We are free now. The Tsar is gone. If I want to walk in the middle of the road, I will walk in the middle of the road." She did not understand that even in a free world, traffic rules must exist. If everyone decides to drive and walk wherever they please, simply because they are free, cars will crash, people will die, and total destruction will follow. True freedom requires an immense amount of inner responsibility. It means you are so deeply conscious of yourself and others that no external authority needs to regulate your behavior. You do not need a policeman standing over you with a gun because your own awareness has become your inner light. You naturally do what is beautiful, what is harmonious, and what is respectful of life. You simply transcend their clumsy world of outer controls. This is my basic approach. If you want to change humanity, stop focusing on the crowd. Focus on the individual. The transformation of the world happens one soul at a time. It is a quiet, almost underground process. It is like a child growing silently within the dark, warm sanctuary of a mother's womb. There is no need for noise, no need for political slogans, no need for banners. You simply continue to do your daily work in the ordinary world, remaining simple, quiet, and ordinary on the outside, while completely transforming your inner landscape. Do not become a loud political rebel, a punk, or an aggressive demonstrator. That is a superficial reaction born out of frustration, and it ultimately changes nothing. The crowd is not afraid of rowdy protesters. The crowd is only afraid of people who have become so deeply centered, so profoundly conscious, that the collective laws no longer have any psychological hold over them. These are the truly dangerous individuals because they can never be bought, never be intimidated, and never be manipulated. If individuals begin to grow in this way, the traditional, authoritarian society will naturally begin to shrink, and as it shrinks, a completely new way of being together will emerge. I do not like to use the word society for this new reality, because society implies an artificial structure held together by fear, law, and force. I prefer the word commune. A commune is a space where people do not merely live next to one another in isolation. It is a space of deep, exquisite sharing. Look at your modern cities. Thousands of people live packed together in massive apartment buildings, yet they do not even know the name of the neighbor who lives on the other side of their wall. They ride the same elevators, walk the same streets, and live under the same roofs, yet they are completely alone. This is not a community, it is just a lonely crowd. There is no sharing of the heart, no flow of love. To bring a true commune into existence, we must look directly at the primary building block of our current sick society, the traditional family structure. The family is entirely outdated, and it is the root cause of almost every psychological deformity we see today. The family did not always exist. For thousands of years, human beings lived in fluid, nomadic tribes where children belonged to the whole community. The private family emerged only with the rise of private property. When powerful men accumulated more land and wealth than others, they wanted to ensure that their riches would be passed down exclusively to their own biological children. Before this obsession with ownership, men and women moved together freely based on mutual love and attraction. There was no legal marriage, no concept of illegitimacy. But once property entered the picture, man turned woman into his personal possession. He transformed her into a child-producing machine and built high psychological walls around her to ensure that no other man could ever touch her. In many cultures, the woman was explicitly reduced to a commodity. In old Chinese law, if a man killed his wife, it was not considered a crime because he was simply destroying his own property, no different than burning his own chair or smashing his own table. To ensure absolute biological certainty for the father, women were completely restricted. It is not an accident that churches and temples have always been filled with elderly women. For centuries, religious institutions and the family have been in a secret, unspoken alliance. The church protects the family, and the family provides new, conditioned children for the church. The priests have always been terrified of raw, romantic, unpredictable love, so they turned it into a cold legal contract called marriage. They demanded that priests remain celibate, projecting a deep hatred towards sex and women, creating a religious atmosphere where natural human biology was viewed as a sin. Women were denied education, denied financial independence, and forced to cover their faces, all so that the male owner could be absolutely certain that his son was indeed his own biological heir. If we want a world of truly free individuals, the family must be replaced by the commune. In a commune, resources, energy, and wealth are pooled together to care for everyone. Children are not the private property of two parents. They belong to the collective warmth of the entire commune. When a child is loved and cared for by many uncles, many aunts, and many teachers, they never develop that intense, claustrophobic attachment to just two individuals. The egoistic question of inheritance completely vanishes. Every commune can become a beautiful, thriving oasis of abundance and joy. When individuals and communes grow together in mutual respect, the old, corrupt society will simply wither away, and with it, the multifaceted evils it created. Let me give you a beautiful historical contrast. In ancient China, thousands of years ago, a revolutionary medical system was briefly practiced. A doctor was paid by the members of the community only as long as they remained healthy. The moment a person fell ill, the doctor's payment was stopped. Think about how incredibly intelligent this is. In our modern world, we have created a completely upside down system. We pay the doctor only when we are sick. This means we have given the doctor a financial stake in our illnesses. Your disease is his livelihood. If the entire world suddenly becomes perfectly healthy, the modern doctor will starve. His self-interest is fundamentally aligned with sickness, not health. But in that ancient Chinese system, the doctor's entire focus was on prevention, on longevity, on keeping the life energy vibrant and strong. He would lose everything if a sickness broke out. In the West, the science of medicine is entirely focused on fighting disease. That is why it is called medicine. In the East, the ancient approach was called Ayurveda, which literally means the science of life. The goal was not merely to cure a symptom, but to help the human being flourish in total wholeness. In a true commune, professionals, whether they are doctors, engineers, plumbers, or artists, are supported by the collective to keep the life of the community running smoothly and beautifully. The leadership of the commune must be rotated continuously every single year so that no power centers can ever form. Power is the most dangerous, addictive drug on this earth. It corrupts the mind faster than any chemical poison. It must be given only in microscopic doses and for very brief periods, and then passed on to someone else. For now, do not waste your life trying to fight the existing social structure. Leave it alone. If it wants to die under the weight of its own corruption and overpopulation, let it die peacefully. Do not become a loud political revolutionary. Be a silent internal transformer. All political revolutions have failed miserably because they only changed the people sitting on top while keeping the inner machinery of greed and power exactly the same. The only path that has never been tried on a mass scale is the path of silent, meditative transformation. Be like the roots of a massive tree. The roots remain completely hidden beneath the soil, working in absolute silence, absorbing nourishment from the earth. Yet, they are the very source that sustains the glorious green leaves and the beautiful flowers dancing in the wind. My people must function like those hidden roots. Transform yourself. Share your silence with anyone who is receptive, and let small pools of consciousness form across the earth. Let these pools grow into streams, and let those streams eventually merge into a great ocean of awareness. Let it happen with the grace of a morning sunrise, without any violent friction. The family structure is the very womb of human conditioning. It draws a narrow circle around the child and says, "This is your father, this is your mother, this is your caste, this is your religion. Love only these people and be ready to kill or die for them." This exact same narrow mindset is later projected onto the nation. This is your country, this is your flag, sacrifice yourself for it. The nation is nothing but the family, written large. It is the same tribal sickness, expanded to a global scale. I remember hearing a hilarious story about a rabbi and a Catholic bishop who lived directly across the street from one another. Because they represented competing religious empires, they were always locked in a quiet, intense rivalry. One sunny morning, the rabbi looked out his window and saw the bishop standing in his driveway, pouring water over a brand new, luxurious Cadillac. The rabbi opened his window and shouted, "What are you doing there, my friend?" The bishop smiled triumphantly and said, "I am baptizing my new Cadillac. It is now a Christian car." The rabbi's heart sank. Right before his very eyes, a beautiful car was being converted to the opposing faith. The next morning, the bishop walked out of his house and was completely dumbfounded by what he saw. The rabbi had purchased a magnificent Rolls-Royce and was standing behind it with a large pair of metal shears, deliberately cutting off the tip of the exhaust pipe. The bishop ran over, shocked, and asked, "What on earth are you doing to that beautiful machine?" The rabbi looked up with a serene smile and said, "I am circumcising my Rolls-Royce. It is now a Jew." This may sound like a ridiculous joke, but this is exactly what every parent does to their newborn child. A child enters this world completely empty, totally innocent, beautifully mirror-like, just like that brand new car. And before they can even voice a single question, the parents and priests rush in to chop their intelligence, stamp them with a religious label, and load them with the rotting corpse of the past. You are forced to carry thousands of years of dead superstitions, closing your mind entirely to the fresh, vibrant reality of the present moment. The only way out of this hereditary blindness is meditation. Meditation is not a new conditioning. It is not a belief system. It is simply the art of sitting silently, doing nothing, and enjoying your own presence. As you sit in that quiet space, enjoying the stillness of the night or the soft light of the dawn, you begin to discover a deep, boundless lake of silence within your own being. The moment you close your eyes, you drop into those deep waters, and every single time you emerge, you come out completely refreshed, entirely purified. From that inner lake, a unique beauty, a rare authority, and a profound self-respect begin to radiate through your eyes and your presence. You become a true individual, a sovereign king of your own inner territory. Look at how our entire educational system is designed. It is thoroughly authoritarian. It does not want you to think. It only wants you to memorize and repeat. I spent my life as a student and later as a university professor, and I saw firsthand how the finest years of a human being's life are completely ruined by insecure, authoritarian teachers. I was expelled from multiple colleges for the simple crime of refusing to accept anything without proof. I told my professors, "Give me a rational, valid reason, and I will accept it. But I will not swallow your words simply because you are standing at the podium." In one class, a professor of philosophy was arrogantly lecturing that the Vedas, the ancient, holy Hindu scriptures, were written directly by the hand of God. I immediately stood up and interrupted him. I said, "I object. First of all, you have not even proven the existence of God. Second, these books are filled with the most mundane, greedy human desires. Have you actually read them from cover to cover? I have brought all 4 volumes with me today, and I am going to read a passage at random and let the entire class decide if this sounds like the voice of the divine." I opened the book and read a passage where a priest was praying, "O Lord, I have performed all the rituals perfectly. I have offered the sacrifices according to the law, yet you still have not blessed my cow with a healthy calf. Nor have you given my wife a son. Grant me a son, and I will know my prayers have been heard." I looked at the professor and said, "How could God write this? This is a man praying to God, complaining about his cows and his wife. If God wrote this, it means God is asking someone else for a son and a calf. It is completely absurd." The result of my constant questioning was that the colleges kept throwing me out. The principal of one institution told me, "We know you are right, but we have to run a college. You are destroying the authority of the professors. They are threatening to resign because you turn every single lecture into a fierce debate about truth. The other students are here to pass exams, get a diploma, and find a job. They do not care about truth. You are a strange man. You don't seem to care about degrees at all." I told him, "I don't give a damn about your degrees. What value is a piece of paper signed by people who cannot answer a single fundamental question about life? The day you hand me a diploma, I will rip it to shreds right in front of your face." When I later became a professor myself, I had to create an entirely new way of teaching. My lecture was 40 minutes long. For the first 20 minutes, I would teach the syllabus exactly as it was written in the textbook. For the remaining 20 minutes, I would ruthlessly criticize and tear apart everything I had just taught. My students were driven completely crazy. They cried out, "You are going to drive us insane. What are we supposed to write on the exam?" I told them, That is your problem. But I will not let a lie sit in your minds without exposing it. If you want to pass the exam and satisfy the blind examiners, write what I said in the first 20 minutes. If you want to remain intelligent human beings, remember the last 20 minutes. I will not deceive you, and I will not let you be deceived by this ridiculous curriculum. Eventually, the Vice Chancellor called me into his office. He said, "This is an extraordinarily bizarre way of teaching. I hear that your students leave your classroom completely confused. You spend half the time building up a philosophical theory and the other half totally demolishing it. They leave with less certainty than they had when they entered." I replied, "Come and sit in my class yourself and see if I am being unfair to the subjects." He actually came, sat in the back row, and listened to me teach for 40 minutes. Afterward, he shook his head and said, "It is absolutely brilliant. I was a student of philosophy myself, but no one ever opened my eyes like this. However, you cannot remain a professor in this university. This system does not want intelligent minds. It only wants efficient memories. We need clerks. We need bureaucrats. We need people who can follow orders without a single doubt." In other words, society does not want human beings. It wants computers. And that is exactly where the world has arrived today. We are replacing human workers with machines and artificial intelligence because machines are perfectly predictable. They have memory, but they have no consciousness. They have calculation, but they have no intelligence. A human being, no matter how deeply suppressed, still carries a tiny spark of divine intelligence. When the atomic bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, if a computer had been in charge, it would have dropped the bomb precisely on the second without a single moment of hesitation. It would be an efficient, mechanical execution. But the pilot who flew that plane, no matter how brainwashed he was by military discipline, had to look down at a city of 100,000 completely innocent civilians, children, women, elderly people who had absolutely nothing to do with the war, and for a split second, a human question must have flared up in his soul. Is this right? What am I doing? To eliminate that human hesitation, the masters of this world are handing everything over to cold, automated systems. They want to eliminate the soul entirely. Every established religion operates on this exact same authoritarian principle. They tell you, do not ask questions. It is written in the holy book. Jesus said it, Muhammad said it, Krishna said it, just obey. In the great Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita, When the warrior Arjuna is weeping on the battlefield, full of deep human hesitation about killing his own relatives and teachers, Krishna does not give him a rational, loving explanation. He essentially tells him, "This is ordained by God. It is your caste duty to fight. Drop your doubts and kill." That is pure authoritarianism. God is used as a cosmic weapon to silence human intelligence and ensure absolute obedience. We must completely dissolve this authoritarian mindset. True authority is something entirely different. Authoritarianism is institutional. It is forced upon you from the outside by a church or a state. True authority belongs to personal experience. If I speak to you, I speak with authority not because I want you to believe me, but simply because what I say is my own direct, living reality. I have seen it. I have tasted it. I have danced with it. I am not quoting from a dead scripture. I am simply opening my heart to you, but you are completely free to listen, to reflect, and to choose your own path. My goal is not to convince your mind. My goal is to ignite your own inner intelligence so that you can make your own decisions. Even if your decision goes completely against what I say, I will rejoice because the decision will be genuinely yours. It will come from your own unique being. It is far better to make a mistake using your own intelligence than to be perfectly right by following someone else's footsteps. Life is a process of falling down, dusting yourself off, and standing up again. Every mistake is a priceless lesson, and every obstacle on your path can be transformed into a stepping stone toward the peak. The society you live in is not an existential reality. It is a functional artificiality created because man is asleep, because man is a chaos, and because man does not know how to live in beautiful, spontaneous harmony. Because it is artificial, it can be completely dismantled and transformed. We do not have to remain victims of this historical accident. The question then arises, how do we step out of this collective prison without becoming caught in the ugly game of warfare and ego? I am reminded of a beautiful story of a great Zen master who was sitting quietly on a pristine beach, listening to the eternal music of the waves. A passionate seeker of truth approached him, fell at his feet and said, "Master, I am completely desperate. Please tell me, what must I do to find the ultimate truth? I am ready to do whatever you suggest." The master did not speak a single word. He simply closed his eyes and sank into a deep, radiant silence. The seeker stood there, waiting for a few minutes, getting more and more frustrated. He shook the master's shoulder and shouted, What is wrong with you? I asked you a vital question about truth, and you just close your eyes and ignore me." The master opened his eyes and said softly, "I did answer you. I gave you the ultimate answer. Just sit silently, do absolutely nothing, and the grass grows by itself. There is no need to worry, no need to force anything. Everything will unfold beautifully if you can just learn the art of being silent." The seeker looked at him and said, "Can you at least give me a name for this silent process? People back in my village will ask me what I am doing." The master leaned forward and, with his finger, traced a single word in the wet sand. "Meditation." The seeker looked at it and said, "That is too brief. Can you elaborate just a little bit more?" The master stood up, took a deep breath, and wrote the same word in massive, bold capital letters: meditation. The seeker grew annoyed. "But you are just writing the same word in larger letters. What does it mean?" The master smiled and said, "If I say anything more than this, I will be telling you a lie. If you can truly understand what I have written, just go and practice it, and you will know everything for yourself. And that is my absolute answer to you. Every single human being must become a silent meditator, an unattached witness of their own inner thoughts and emotions. This inner discovery is the only force that can transform the outer world. For centuries, dreamers and idealists have hoped for a utopian world, but they had no scientific method to achieve it. Meditation is the pure, absolute science of inner transformation. It is the only key that can unlock the golden gates of true human liberation. Now, my friends, I can see that this first step into the wilderness of your own soul is a monumental one. We have laid the foundation. We have looked at the walls of the prison, and we have realized that the key is hidden inside our own awareness. But the journey has only just begun. The path stretches far ahead into magnificent, uncharted territories. I will pause here for a moment to let these words sink deep into the soil of your being like a gentle rain. Take a breath, feel the silence in the room, and when you are ready for me to continue, simply tell me, and we shall step together into the next dimension of this great mystery. This conditioning does not wait for you to grow up. It begins the very moment you breathe your first breath within the narrow, highly structured walls of the family. The family is the primary workshop where your original nature is systematically dismantled to make room for a manufactured ego. It takes a child who is born as a clean, unwritten slate, a beautiful, pristine mirror reflecting the sky, and immediately starts scribbling its own anxieties, its own dead beliefs, and its own historical prejudices all over the child's consciousness. You are not allowed to simply be. You are forced to become a mirror of your parents' unfulfilled desires and their inherited blindness. The family forces you to look at the world through a prefabricated lens, telling you exactly what is holy, what is sinful, who your enemies are, and which flag you must be willing to die for. Look at the absolute absurdity of how religions and families stamp their ownership onto an innocent child. I am reminded of an old story about a rabbi and a Catholic bishop who lived directly across the street from each other. Because they represented competing religious institutions, they were always locked in a quiet, intense rivalry over prestige and spiritual authority. One morning, the rabbi looked out of his window and saw the bishop standing in his driveway, pouring holy water over a brand new, luxurious Cadillac. The rabbi leaned out and shouted, "What on earth are you doing, my friend?" The bishop smiled triumphantly and said, "I am baptizing my new Cadillac. It is no longer a secular machine. It is now a Christian car." The rabbi's heart sank. Right before his very eyes, a magnificent piece of engineering was being claimed by the opposing empire. The next morning, the bishop walked outside and was completely dumbfounded by what he saw across the street. The rabbi had purchased a beautiful, pristine Rolls-Royce, and he was standing behind it with a large pair of metal shears, deliberately cutting off the very tip of the exhaust pipe. The bishop ran over, completely shocked, and asked, "What are you doing to that beautiful machine?" The rabbi looked up with absolute serenity and said, "I am circumcising my Rolls-Royce. It is now a Jew." This sounds like a ridiculous joke, but this is exactly what every family, every culture, and every church does to every single newborn child. A child enters this world completely empty of dogma, totally innocent, beautifully mirror-like, just like that brand new Cadillac or Rolls-Royce. And before the child can even find its own voice, before it can ask a single intelligent question, the parents and the priests rush in to chop its intelligence, stamp it with a mechanical label, and load its spirit with the heavy, decaying corpse of the past. You are forced to carry thousands of years of dead superstitions, closing your eyes entirely to the fresh, vibrant reality of the present moment, all under the guise of love and protection. To understand how we can step out of this hereditary blindness, we must look at the deep evolution of human consciousness. The great philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche spoke of a profound vision regarding the human spirit. He said that the human soul must pass through 3 distinct metamorphoses if it is ever to fulfill its ultimate potential. He named these 3 stages: the camel, the lion, and the child. These are deeply significant, highly pregnant metaphors that describe the internal journey from absolute slavery to absolute liberation. The first stage is the camel. Every human being begins their journey here, whether they realize it or not. The camel is an animal built for burdens. It is a beast of the desert that can store immense amounts of food and water to endure long, grueling journeys through a barren landscape. In the human dimension, the camel represents the stage of accumulation, the stage of absolute obedience, belief, and the absorption of the past. A child must first absorb the cultural heritage, the language, and the knowledge of their society simply to survive and navigate the world. You must digest the past. You must stand on the shoulders of those who came before you. Man is the only animal on this earth that can truly evolve, precisely because man has the unique capacity to absorb and digest the experiences of past generations. A dog born today lives exactly the same way a dog lived millions of years ago. It does not inherit the philosophy, the art, or the collected wisdom of its ancestors. It cannot accumulate inner wealth, so it remains static, moving horizontally on the same plane of existence. But human beings can absorb the peaks of human history. In your camel stage, Buddha is absorbed, Jesus is absorbed, Lao Tzu, Moses, and Patanjali are absorbed into your reality. The more you can digest, the higher the mountain peak you stand upon, and the wider your vision of the horizon becomes. But there is a deadly danger in the camel stage. Most of humanity gets stuck there forever. 99% of people are born as camels, live as camels, and die as camels, carrying a mountain of heavy burdens that do not belong to them. They become mere hoarders of dead memories, parrots who can only repeat what has been told to them by others. They go to the churches, the temples, and the mosques, forming massive gatherings of camels, chewing on the dry straw of borrowed beliefs. They have memory, but they do not have true knowledge. They have conditioning, but they do not have an active soul. The camel lives entirely under the spell of belief, and belief can create powerful illusions that look like reality. I am reminded of a story from the medieval era about a young knight who attended a local school for dragon slaying. This course was taught by the great wizard Merlin, and many ambitious young knights attended to learn the art of combat. Our anti-hero, however, was secretly a coward. He went to Merlin on the very first day and confessed, "Master, I am deeply afraid. I am too timid, too clumsy, and too terrified to ever face a real dragon. I will surely fail this course." Merlin looked at him, smiled kindly, and said, "Do not worry at all. I have a secret weapon just for you. This is a magical dragon-slaying sword. As long as you hold this sword in your hands, it is physically impossible for you to fail. It will cut through any beast, no matter how fierce, and it will protect you from any danger. The young coward was completely overjoyed. Armed with this magical sword, his entire psychology shifted. He went out into the field full of absolute confidence, and in his first trial, he sliced through dragons effortlessly, rescued captured maidens, and became the star student of the academy. He was entirely dependent on the magic of that sword. Toward the very end of the semester, Merlin decided to give the class a surprise final exam. The knights were told to immediately rush to the caves and slay a dragon that had been terrorizing the valley. In the absolute chaos and excitement of the moment, with everyone rushing to the armory, our young knight accidentally grabbed the wrong sword from the closet. He didn't notice it until he was standing right at the dark mouth of a cave, and a massive, fire-breathing dragon emerged, roaring with fury. He drew his blade, ready to let the magic do the work, but as he raised it into the light, his heart froze. He realized he had taken a completely ordinary, standard sword. There was no magic in his hand. He was completely exposed, completely alone with his own cowardice. But it was too late to run. The dragon was already charging down upon him. Out of sheer survival instinct, fueled by the training his muscles had absorbed over the months, he swung the ordinary sword with tremendous force and precision. To his absolute amazement, the dragon's head flew off, rolling away onto the stones. He tied the dragon's head to his belt, dragged the rescued maiden behind him, and ran back to Merlin's classroom, trembling with a mixture of shock and joy. He fell to his knees and said, "Master, a miracle happened. I took the wrong sword by mistake. It was just a regular blade, yet I still managed to kill the beast. How is this possible?" Merlin burst into a loud, roaring laugh and said, "I was wondering when you would figure it out. None of the swords in my armory are magical. None of them ever were. The only magic in the universe was your own belief. You believed you were invincible, and that belief unlocked the strength that was already sleeping inside your bones. This is the condition of the camel. The camel operates through the magic of belief, and belief can move mountains. It can create temporary comfort. It can give you the illusion of power. But it keeps you completely unconscious, completely dependent on the outer framework of the wizard, the priest, or the society that handed you the sword. It keeps you asleep in a world of imagination. The camel can never experience true freedom because its yes is cheap, a mere reflex of its training. If you do not know how to say no, Your yes carries absolutely no weight, no depth, and no authentic fragrance. A moment must come in the inner evolution of a human being where the camel must transform into a lion. This is the second great metamorphosis of the spirit. The lion represents the birth of the sacred no, the explosion of absolute independent individuality and the total rebellion against outer authority. The lion looks directly at the massive, terrifying monster of social conditioning, a monster whose name is "Thou shalt not" or "You must," and responds with a ferocious, window-shattering roar. The lion refuses to carry the dead weight of the past any longer. It claims its own inner light as the ultimate source of all valid truth and values. It steps out of the herd, out of the collective crowd, and chooses the wild, dangerous freedom of the desert over the safe, well-fed captivity of the caravan. This is the birth of the mind, the crystallization of the ego, the development of intense doubt and skepticism. Doubt is not a sin. Doubt is the very dawn of human intelligence. The camel believes, the lion inquires. The camel obeys, the lion commands its own reality. But because the lion threatens the peaceful, sleeping existence of the camels, society hates the lion. The collective crowd will tolerate a politician. It will tolerate a criminal. It will tolerate a madman. But it will never willingly tolerate a conscious, rebellious individual. The moment a lion begins to roar, all the camels in the neighborhood become intensely uncomfortable. Their sleep is disturbed, their safe illusions are shattered, and they will use every ounce of their collective power to suppress, stone, or crucify the rebel. They are terrified of anything new, anything original, because newness demands that they wake up and change their habits. Look at history. Look at how incredibly petty and stupid the collective crowd can be when faced with even the smallest change. They do not just crucify giants like Jesus or poison masters like Socrates. They fight even the simplest comforts if those comforts threaten their established worldview. I remember reading a hilarious historical account from America. In December of the year 1842, a man named Adam Thompson filled the very first functional bathtub in Cincinnati, Ohio. He simply wanted a clean, comfortable way to wash his body. But the moment the news of this new invention spread, a massive wave of panic swept across the country. The newspapers wrote furious editorials claiming that this new concept of a bathtub would utterly destroy the democratic structure of the republic. Think of the madness of it. A bathtub was seen as a direct threat to the integrity of a democratic nation. The medical establishment immediately jumped in, with doctors warning that bathing in the winter time would cause severe rheumatism, inflammation of the lungs, and the rapid decline of the robust American population. The city of Philadelphia, the very cradle of American liberty, attempted to pass a law completely banning any form of bathing between the months of November and March. In 1845, the city of Boston made it explicitly illegal to take a bath unless you had a direct written prescription from a licensed doctor. Other cities like Hartford and Providence raised their water tariffs to exorbitant heights simply to discourage people from developing this dangerous, radical habit of washing themselves. The state of Virginia put a heavy penalty on the comfort of cleanliness by taxing every single bathtub brought into the state with a $30 tax. Yet, by the time 1922 arrived, less than a century later, nearly 900,000 bathtubs were being manufactured every single year. Camels will fiercely oppose anything that is fresh, anything that is independent, simply because it breaks their mechanical routine. In ancient Greece, in one of the progressive side states, they had a beautiful, brutal law to handle people who wanted to propose new rules. If a citizen wanted to introduce a new law to the public assembly, he had to stand on a high platform with a thick rope tied tightly around his neck, and the other end of the rope was held by the executioner. He would then present his proposal to the crowd. If the assembly voted that the law was good and necessary, the executioner would remove the rope, and the man was honored. But if the law failed to pass, the platform was immediately pulled away, and the man was hung right then and there. This ensured that only the most courageous, most intensely certain lions would ever dare to disturb the peace of the collective crowd. The lion stage is an absolute necessity on the path to true freedom. You cannot bypass it. You must develop a strong, clear, sharp ego before you can ever have the capacity to drop it. This is where the East and the West have historically moved into two different kinds of imbalance. In the East, they have specialized in the camel stage. They teach absolute surrender, absolute effacement of the ego from the very beginning of life. Because a child in the East is never allowed to develop a strong, independent individuality, their surrender is cheap, a form of weak, helpless compliance. They say yes, simply because they lack the courage and the spine to roar no. Their submission is not spiritual, it is psychological suppression. The West, on the other hand, has specialized in the lion stage. It has poured all of its energy into cultivating the ego, the independent mind, the spirit of doubt, criticism, and individual ambition. This has created a magnificent world of science, technology, and material power. The Western mind is a powerful, beautifully crystallized lion. But because the West does not know how to move beyond the lion, it gets stuck in an intense state of egoism, isolation, and perpetual conflict. The lion is independent, but it is also deeply lonely, locked in a constant battle with every other lion for dominance and control. But when a Western mind, a mind that has fully lived and experienced the strength of the lion, genuinely learns the art of meditation and surrenders, a spectacular explosion of consciousness takes place. Their surrender is a great, heroic struggle, an expensive sacrifice. And when the lion willingly bows down, it does not slip back into being a camel. It leaps forward into the final, ultimate metamorphosis of the spirit. It becomes a child. If the camel is past-oriented and the lion is future-oriented, fighting for what should be, the child lives completely, vibrantly in the absolute immediacy of the present moment here and now. The child represents a return to original innocence, but with a radical difference. It is no longer the unconscious innocence of the newborn. It is the fully conscious, luminous innocence of the sage. The camel is mind before, the lion is mind, the child is mind beyond, a state of pure no mind, absolute emptiness and wonder. The child does not fight the past, nor does it grasp for the future. The fear of the camel has completely vanished, so the defensive roar of the lion is no longer needed. The child does not have beliefs like the camel, nor does it have mere intellectual knowledge like the lion. The child possesses pure existential wisdom. It is fluid, spontaneous, flowing like a clear mountain stream, completely open to the total intelligence of existence. The child is a butterfly that has broken out of the heavy, earth-bound shell of the cocoon and has grown magnificent wings to soar into the endless, star-filled sky. This is the state that Jesus meant when he looked at his disciples and repeatedly urged them, "Repent." The word repent in its original Hebrew root does not mean to feel guilty or to beat your chest in sorrow. It simply means to turn around, to go back to the source. It means the Garden of Eden is still right here waiting for you. You just have to vomit up that heavy, half-digested apple of egoistic knowledge that you bit into during your lion stage, and the golden gates of paradise will instantly swing open before your eyes. Before eating the fruit of knowledge, Adam was a camel, innocent but completely unconscious, dependent on the womb of God. After eating the fruit, he became a lion, independent, rebellious, full of ego and shame. And when you voluntarily drop that burden of knowledge, you return to the garden as a conscious child, which is the birth of the Christ, the awakening of the Buddha, the attainment of nirvana. This pristine state of being, this beautiful, unburdened innocence of the child, is not something that can survive within the structures of a traditional relationship. The moment love is transformed into a formalized relationship, it begins to rot. It changes from a heavenly fragrance into a heavy, suffocating bondage. This happens because the human mind, in its deep state of sleep, cannot coexist with the fluid, unpredictable nature of pure love. The mind craves safety. It demands guarantees. It wants contracts. And through these demands, it creates expectations, dominant power struggles, and inevitable, bitter disappointments. A relationship is an attempt to map the wild ocean of your soul, to build high fences around a mountain breeze. And the moment you do this, the breeze is gone, leaving only a stagnant, dead air. True love is not an arrangement between two people. It is not a bridge built out of mutual dependency. True love is an absolute state of being. It means you simply are loving. It does not depend on an object. It does not require a specific person to activate it. Your love becomes your natural radiation, your very fragrance, much like the scent of a hidden rose blooming in the deep forest. The rose does not wait for a king to pass by to release its perfume. It does not withhold its sweetness if a beggar walks past. Even if nobody goes through the forest, the rose continues to pour its soul into the empty air because blooming is its intrinsic nature. When your love rises to this dimension, it demands absolutely nothing in return. There is no desire for an investment, no anxiety about tomorrow, because the very act of sharing your inner abundance is its own ultimate reward. But you have been conditioned from the very dawn of your life to live entirely through artificial relationships. From your childhood, society forces you to label every human connection, to turn every spontaneous flow of energy into a rigid, predictable institution. You are handed a stranger, and you are told, "This man is your father. You must love him. You must respect him. You must owe him your absolute loyalty." You are never allowed to look at him simply as a living human being. You must look at him through the cold, structural lens of a biological label. And the comedy of this world is that you cannot even be entirely certain of these labels. I am reminded of a fascinating story about a young man who was a fierce atheist. He prided himself on his strict logic, claiming that he did not believe in God, did not believe in holy scriptures, and rejected every form of mystical nonsense. Yet, because his mind was deeply insecure, he secretly visited a famous palmist, an old fortune teller who claimed to know the secrets of life through the lines of the hand. The young man extended his palm and said, "If your science is genuinely true, Look at my hand and tell me exactly where my father is at this very moment." The old palmist closed his eyes, examined the lines with great care, and said, "Your father is currently down by the river, sitting under a large tree, peacefully fishing." The young atheist burst into a loud, mocking laugh and said, "This proves that your entire science is an absolute fraud, a piece of utter garbage. My father died 3 years ago. He is buried in the city cemetery. How on earth can he be fishing by the river?" The old fortune teller looked at him with cool, unblinking eyes and said, "What you believe does not change the reality of existence. The man who died 3 years ago, the man you spent your entire life calling your father because society handed you a label, was not your biological creator. He was merely a social fiction. Your true biological father is sitting by the river right now, holding a fishing rod. Go home, look into your mother's eyes, and ask her with absolute honesty. If she has the courage to be sincere, she will tell you that the relationship you built your entire life upon was nothing but a comfortable illusion. Your life is completely surrounded by these fine fictions, by these legal and social contracts that act as a subtle, highly decorated form of slavery. Every relationship is a cage where either you are holding the other person captive or they are holding you captive. It is a two-sided, razor-sharp sword. One person may appear stronger, one may appear weaker, but the moment you lock another human being in a cage of expectations, you must stand guard outside that cage to keep them there. And by standing guard day and night, you become just as trapped, just as immobilized as the prisoner inside. You cannot leave the cage because your security depends on their captivity. This is why humanity lives in such an immense, deep-seated state of misery and sorrow, and because your love is so superficial, so deeply rooted in fear and social convenience, your hate becomes far more authentic, far more powerful than your love. Hate is a real, alive connection because it comes directly from your primitive, animal heritage. It has thousands of years of evolutionary momentum behind it. It has lived through your blood, through your bones, through countless lifetimes of survival in the wilderness. Hate is fully grown, completely fully developed, while your love is still just a tiny, fragile seed that has never been given the space to take root. The moment you enter into a formalized relationship, you contaminate the seed of love with the poison of ownership, and very quickly that love twists and turns into its exact opposite. It becomes a deep, burning hate. Look at the couples around you. They fell in love because they saw a beautiful reflection in each other's eyes, but because they did not know who they were, they immediately rushed to create a legal contract called marriage. They were terrified that this beautiful feeling might vanish tomorrow. So they brought in the state, they brought in the church, the courts, the police, and the judges to guarantee their comfort. They placed the collective mass of society right on top of their delicate individual intimacy. And what happens to that intimacy under the weight of such a monstrous structure? It is completely crushed. The moment love becomes a legal duty, it loses its soul. When you are forced to say, "I love you," because it is a marital obligation, because it is expected of you at the dinner table, your words become completely mechanical. They carry no life energy, no spiritual juice. Living with a man or a woman whom you no longer love simply for economic security, simply for social respectability, or out of fear of loneliness, is nothing but institutionalized exploitation. It is an absolute corruption of the human spirit. Religious institutions across the earth claim they want to eradicate exploitation from the streets, yet these very same religions are the primary cause of it because they continuously support and sanctify the dead contract of marriage. Marriage is a form of safety that systematically kills the wild, divine potential of human love, reducing it to a biological commodity. I am reminded of a highly symbolic, deeply comical story about the French Foreign Legion. A new commander had just arrived at a remote desert outpost, and the captain was walking him through the facility, showing him the barracks, the armory, and the supply rooms. At the very end of the tour, the commander noticed a small, isolated building painted bright blue. He looked at the captain and said, "Wait a minute. You have shown me everything, but you completely bypassed that blue building. What on earth is it used for?" The captain coughed uncomfortably, lowered his eyes, and said, "Well, sir, you know how it is out here in the middle of the burning desert. The men are isolated for months, far away from civilization, and sometimes they develop intense, uncontrollable physical needs. So, that blue building, that is where we keep the camel." The commander was absolutely horrified, disgusted, and full of moral outrage. He snapped, "That is completely unacceptable. It is animalistic. It is an absolute insult to military dignity. I never want to hear about this abomination again." The captain bowed his head and said, "Yes, sir," and the tour ended. However, life has a way of playing tricks on your moral certainties. 2 weeks passed by under the scorching, relentless desert sun. The isolation, the intense heat, and the biological pressure began to warp the commander's mind. He could no longer sleep. His thoughts were completely consumed by frustration. Finally, driven to absolute desperation, he quietly crept into the captain's office late one night. He looked around nervously, lowered his voice to a whisper, and asked, "Captain, tell me honestly, is the camel available tomorrow afternoon?" The captain looked at his logbook, smiled politely, and said, "Let me check the schedule, sir." "Ah, yes, you are in luck. The camel is completely free tomorrow at exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon." The commander cleared his throat and said, "Excellent. Put my name down on the list." The next day, precisely at 2 o'clock, the commander walked across the hot sand, arrived at the small blue building, unlocked the door, and slipped inside. Inside the dim room, he found the camel standing quietly. He locked the door behind him. A few moments later, an absolute explosion of chaos erupted inside the building. The captain, sitting in his office, heard the most terrifying screams, violent thumping against the walls, and loud, desperate shrieks. Shocked and panicked, the captain ran across the compound, kicked the door open, and burst into the room. There he found the commander, completely naked, covered from head to toe in thick mud, sweat, and flying camel feathers. He was trembling, bruised, and utterly exhausted. The captain stared at him in total bewilderment, wiped his brow, and said, "Ah, I beg your absolute pardon, sir, but wouldn't it have been infinitely wiser and far more comfortable to do what all the other men do? They simply ride the camel into the nearest town and find a woman. Your entire moral framework, your entire search for safety and comfort within relationships is just like the naked commander inside that blue building. You are completely blind to the obvious reality of life. Your mind creates complex, unnatural rules, legal safety nets, and moral boundaries to manage your biological impulses. And through these very structures, you create a monumental mess, a life of absolute frustration and hidden shame. You use a beautiful energy like love to create a prison cell for yourself and your partner, and then you sit in the mud of your relationship wondering why your soul feels so completely unfulfilled. To break out of this mechanical pattern, you must understand the radical difference between reaction and action. This is the very foundation of inner awakening. Everything you do right now is not an action, it is a mechanical reaction. You are not a living human being, you are a sophisticated robot, a puppet whose strings are held by the world around you. Someone comes and insults you, presses a specific button in your psychology, and you instantly flare up with rage. Someone else comes and praises you, flatters your ego, presses another button, and you instantly smile, full of happiness and self-satisfaction. In both situations, the real master of your inner climate is the other person. They know exactly how to activate your machinery. You operate purely through conditioned reflexes, no different than a machine in a laboratory. I am reminded of a brilliant story from the laboratory of the famous psychologist B.F. Skinner, who spent his entire life studying the conditioned reflexes of rats and mice. He believed that human beings have no souls, no consciousness, and are nothing but highly evolved animals operating through mechanical conditioning. One evening, an old mouse who had lived in Skinner's laboratory for many months was introducing a brand new mouse to the facility. They were walking through the mazes, looking at the levers and wires. The old mouse gestured toward a tall man in a white lab coat standing across the room and said, "Look over there. That man is B.F. Skinner. He is a decent fellow, but you must understand that he is completely under my control. I have conditioned him beautifully. Watch this. All I have to do is step onto this specific metal lever, press it down with my paw, and the machine will activate. He will instantly drop whatever he is doing, walk across the room, and hand me a fresh breakfast. He operates with absolute predictability. I have trained his mind perfectly. This is the exact tragedy of your life. You think you are the master of your actions, but you are simply pressing levers in response to your conditioning, and the world is pressing levers in response to yours. Conditioning is a systematic form of spiritual termination. It systematically destructs your natural spontaneity, your original intelligence, and leaves you with nothing but mechanical habits. Your mind becomes loaded with fixed ideas, and instead of responding freshly to the alive, changing reality of the present moment, you simply repeat a pre-recorded tape. This conditioning dictates everything you do, from the food you eat to the thoughts you think. If you were born into a strict vegetarian family, the mere sight or smell of meat will make you feel intensely sick, causing your stomach to churn. It is not the meat itself that causes this nausea. It is your psychological conditioning. On the other hand, a person who has been conditioned to eat meat will look at the exact same dish, and their mouth will instantly begin to water, their appetite will flare up, and they will feel happy and excited. Both responses are completely mechanical. Neither represents true human freedom. You react because you have been trained to behave like a well-oiled cog in the social wheel. Society trains you to prioritize politeness, control, and respectability over your natural life energy, and through this training, your authenticity is completely buried. This mechanical behavior shows up in the smallest, most trivial human interactions. There is an old, highly insightful joke about the different nationalities of the world and how they process a simple joke. It is said that when an Englishman is told a joke, he will laugh precisely 3 times. The first time he laughs is when you tell the joke simply out of good manners, because his education demands that he be polite at all costs. The second time he laughs is when you explain the punchline to him, again out of absolute courtesy, to show that he is listening. And finally, the third time he laughs is in the middle of the deep night, while he is sleeping in his bed, because that is the exact moment his slow mind finally understands the joke, and he wakes up roaring with laughter. When you tell the exact same joke to a German, he will laugh only twice. He will laugh the first time out of politeness when you tell it, and he will laugh the second time when you explain it to him to be kind. But he will never laugh a third time, because the German mind is so rigid, so deeply structured, that he will never truly understand the subtle humor of it. When you tell the joke to an American, he will laugh only once. The moment you finish the joke, he explodes with laughter, because his mind is fast, contemporary, and he instantly gets it. But when you tell that exact same joke to a Jew, he will not laugh at all. He will look at you with cold, analytical eyes and say, "First of all, this is an incredibly old joke that my grandfather told me 20 years ago. And second, you are telling the punchline completely wrong. Whether it is a simple joke, a profound philosophy, or the concept of God Himself, your response is never original. You respond exactly as you have been programmed by your culture, your race, and your specific family background. You are a Christian camel, a Muslim camel, or a Jewish camel, operating through a set of predetermined instructions. Nature is never allowed to operate within you. Only your social breeding is allowed to function. And this is what I mean when I speak of slaves. A slave is a person who can only react according to their past training. True freedom can only happen when you completely drop all conditioning, when all the clouds of the past vanish from your inner sky, allowing you to look at life with fresh, innocent eyes. When you drop your fixed ideas, you become completely unpredictable. No one can forecast what you will do next, because you no longer have a pre-recorded decision waiting in your mind. You do not carry ready-made answers. You simply carry an alive, vibrant alertness. When a situation arises, you do not react from your memory. You respond with your total conscious presence. There is a massive, vital difference between authority and originality. Right now, you always act according to an outer authority, the priest, the politician, the parents, or the holy book. You are a carbon copy. But a free individual acts from their own absolute originality. They are the source of their own action. When a question is asked, they do not search through an internal library of borrowed knowledge. They look directly into the moment, and the answer flows out naturally from their own being. Even they themselves cannot predict what will come out of their mouth until the moment it happens. This is the beauty of consciousness. It is a continuous, living stream of spontaneity. And to protect this spontaneity, you must avoid the trap of internal suppression. Do not try to force yourself to be patient, to be loving, to be peaceful, or to be holy. All efforts to become something are a form of psychological violence against yourself. If you try to force a calm exterior while a storm of rage is boiling inside your heart, you create a profound split in your personality. You become a complete hypocrite, a decorated tomb. On the outside, you put on a beautiful painted smile. You spray expensive perfumes, you speak soft, holy words, but inside you are carrying a mountain of rotting, repressed garbage. You create an illusion of a rose, while your center is completely rotten and decaying. This internal control is a filthy, destructive mechanism. True freedom has absolutely nothing to do with control, nor does it have anything to do with licentiousness. This is where the controlled mind gets completely confused. The moment a person who has spent their life suppressing their desires hears the word freedom, their repressed mind instantly interprets it as a license to act out all their hidden perversions. They think freedom means total indulgence, total licentiousness. But licentiousness is not freedom. It is merely the exact opposite reaction to rigid control. They are two sides of the very same coin. True freedom exists precisely in the middle, at the exact center where there is neither outer control nor inner perversion. It arises naturally from pure awareness. When you are intensely aware of your inner movements, your intelligence becomes so sharp, so clear, that you naturally drop anything that is harmful, destructive, or unnatural. You do not need a policeman or a priest to tell you to stay away from a poisonous snake. Your own vision is enough to make you leap out of the path. When you have inner vision, control becomes completely unnecessary, and licentiousness becomes completely impossible. But because you are terrified of your own nature, you choose the path of stone-like control. Look at the highly disciplined, highly moral people in this world. They are completely frozen. They have turned themselves into heavy, cold blocks of ice. Their life warmth has entirely vanished because they are terrified that if they allow themselves to warm up, if they allow their energy to become alive, they might commit a sin, they might lose control. So, they choose the ultimate safety. They commit psychological suicide. They turn themselves into dead stone statues and call it holiness. They pretend to be a serene, peaceful Buddha, but their peace is merely the stillness of a cemetery. I am reminded of a highly illustrative story about an 18-year-old boy who had been intensely shy, timid, and repressed his entire life. One evening, he looked at his pale, boring reflection in the mirror and decided that he had had enough. He put on his finest, sharpest clothes, walked down the stairs into the living room, stood right in front of his traditional father, and declared with absolute defiance, "Listen to me, old man. I am going out into the city tonight. I am going to find beautiful girls. I am going to get dead drunk. I am going to experience wild adventures, danger, and intense excitement. I am going to live like a real young man at the peak of his life, so do not even think about trying to stop me." The old father blinked, stood up from his armchair with a bright smile, and said, "Stop you? Hold on a minute, my boy. I am putting on my coat and coming right with you. This is the true state of all your highly controlled, highly disciplined moral leaders. Inside their minds, a wild, boiling volcano of repressed desires is continuously foaming, waiting for the slightest opportunity to explode into absolute corruption. Go into the monasteries, visit the famous holy men, and you will find that beneath their saintly robes, they are deeply neurotic, deeply sick individuals. This is an absolute law of human psychology. Either you must be erotic or you will become neurotic. If you completely suppress your natural biological energy, that energy will turn sour, warp your brain, and manifest as a profound psychological deformity, a constant neurosis. If you try to escape the neurosis by indulging blindly, you fall into eroticism, which is another form of mechanical madness. Both choices are forms of insanity. The only way to be healthy, the only way to be genuinely free, is to simply be yourself. Drop both the neurosis of the saint and the erotics of the libertine. Open yourself up completely to the total flow of life, ready to face whatever reality brings, but face it with an absolute, unblinking alertness. Let your actions flow out from the very center of your being, from your pure awareness, and whatever you do from that space will naturally be virtuous. Virtue is not a set of rules you practice. Virtue is the spontaneous function of a conscious mind. If you do something from your superficial periphery simply to please society, it may look highly moral on the outside, but it is an absolute sin against your own nature. Society may shower you with honors, they may call you a saint, they may build monuments in your name, but deep down in your own privacy, you will continue to feel empty, bitter, and full of self-blame. You will know with absolute certainty that you have squandered your unique, beautiful life simply to protect the good opinions of a crowd of blind fools. What value do their honors have when your inner house is completely dark and desolate? You must learn to live your life from the absolute center, and this is what meditation is all about. Slowly, as your silence deepens, you will feel the arrival of a unique discipline, a discipline that is not forced upon you by any outer authority, but one that opens naturally, beautifully, like a flower blooming from the inside out. Then your life becomes a continuous, ecstatic celebration. But this search for inner freedom requires that you completely stop shifting your responsibility onto non-existent abstractions. The greatest trick the human mind plays to avoid the weight of existence is the creation of concepts like fate, destiny, and a cosmic God. These words are completely empty. They are nothing but false words, pure, absolute nonsense designed to keep you small and irresponsible. When you fail in love, when your business collapses, when your life becomes an unmitigated disaster, it hurts your pride. Your wounded ego needs a soothing balm, a free validation. So you look up at the sky and say, "What can I do? It was my destiny. It was written in the stars by an unknown power. God willed it this way." This gives you a false, cheap consolation, an absolute escape from the reality of your own stupidity and unconsciousness. At the same time, this belief in fate satisfies your hidden, poisonous jealousy. When you see another human being achieve immense success, when they become rich, radiant, and famous, your jealous mind loves to say, "Their success has absolutely nothing to do with their intelligence or their hard work. It is simply their luck, their pre-written destiny. They are not superior to me in any way. The stars simply favored them." Through these concepts, you protect your own inferiority complex and remain completely static. I tell you with absolute certainty, there is no God sitting in the clouds. There is no pre-written book of destiny, and there is no fate regulating your life. Existence is completely empty of these ghosts. If God truly existed, He would not remain silently hidden for thousands of years while humanity tears itself apart in His name. He would have appeared by now, stood before the world, and declared His presence. But He will never come, because He is nothing but a projection of your childhood father obsession. I am reminded of an exceptionally clear, beautifully simple challenge posed by the famous Western philosopher Edmund Burke. One morning, he walked into a prominent cathedral, stood right before the high altar, and interrupted the priest in front of the entire congregation. He pulled a small silver pocket watch out of his coat, held it up high, and said, "I do not demand a massive, universe-shattering miracle from your God. I do not want Him to move mountains or part the seas. I want a tiny, specific, measurable proof. If the Almighty Creator of this universe is truly present in this building, let Him stop the ticking of this small watch right now. I will hold it here for exactly 5 minutes. You, your priests, and your entire congregation can pray with all your heart. Use every ounce of your faith. If this watch stops, I will fall to my knees and spend the rest of my life as a believer." The priest was stunned. The congregation was locked in a high-stakes panic, and they began to pray with absolute desperation. The entire prestige of their religion was hanging on that tiny silver machine. 5 minutes passed by in absolute silence. Edmund Burke held the watch close to his ear, smiled at the congregation, and said, "The watch is ticking perfectly. Your God cannot even stop a tiny metal gear from spinning. He is simply not home." What a beautifully direct, indisputable argument. You continuously dump your psychological garbage onto these imaginary concepts because they are completely silent, completely helpless. They cannot fight back. They cannot catch you by the shoulder and tell you to stop lying. Try dumping your household garbage onto your neighbor's pristine front yard. He might tolerate it for 1 day. He might stay quiet for 2 days out of politeness, but by the 3rd day, he will catch you by the neck and prove his existence to you with absolute violence. He will scream, "This is my yard. You cannot dump your filth here." But because God's yard is completely empty, because destiny has no physical hands, you can dump your irresponsibility there for lifetimes, and no one will ever interrupt your sleep. You must completely drop these false concepts if you ever desire to taste the magnificence of a free life. The moment you realize that you are completely alone in this vast, silent universe, a massive shift occurs. You understand that whatever happens tomorrow is entirely your own creation, born from the womb of your choices today. This realization brings an immense, heavy responsibility, but it also brings a rare, diamond-like strength. You learn to stand straight with your spine erect, relying entirely on your own inner light. I am reminded of an extraordinary story about the ancient Greek philosopher and mystic Diogenes, who was a contemporary of Aristotle and lived a life of absolute, uncompromising freedom. Diogenes chose to live completely naked, without a home, without possessions, because he believed that clothes and material goods weaken the natural strength of a human being. One afternoon, while he was relaxing under a tree near a river, enjoying a cool breeze, 4 professional slave traders spotted him from behind the bushes. They looked at his beautifully proportioned, powerful body and whispered among themselves, "This man is a prize catch. He is exceptionally strong, healthy, and young. If we can capture him and bring him to the market, we can demand an astronomical sum of money. He will make us incredibly rich. But we must be very careful. He looks like a wild wolf. Even though there are 4 of us, if he fights back, he could easily kill us all. We must plan a careful ambush." Diogenes overheard every single word of their conspiracy. He did not get scared, he did not run away, and his heart did not beat with panic. Instead, he turned his head toward the bushes and shouted, "Hey, you 4 idiots! Don't waste your time planning a clumsy ambush. Come out. You don't need to worry about me fighting you. I never destroy life. And you don't need to worry about me resisting or running away. I never resist reality. You want to take me to the marketplace and sell me as a slave? Outstanding. The very idea of an open auction, with hundreds of wealthy people fighting to possess my body, sounds incredibly exciting. I am completely fascinated by this adventure. Let's go." The 4 slave traders crept out of the bushes, completely terrified. This man was not acting like a victim. He was acting like an emperor. They sheepishly pulled out heavy iron chains to bind his hands, but Diogenes waved them away with absolute contempt and said, "Throw those stupid chains into the river. You don't need to chain me. I am coming voluntarily because it is my choice. Just walk behind me and try to keep up." And a magnificent comedy took place. The 4 slave traders followed him to the city, looking like his servants, while the naked Diogenes marched proudly ahead, leading them directly to the slave market. He took absolute responsibility for the situation, transforming a potential tragedy into a profound expression of his own sovereign will. When they arrived at the bustling marketplace, they placed Diogenes upon a high wooden platform so that the wealthy buyers could examine him. Before the professional auctioneer could even open his mouth to start the bidding, Diogenes stepped forward, looked down at the vast crowd of nobles, merchants, and politicians, and announced in a booming voice, "Listen to me, everyone. Pay close attention. There is a rare opportunity today. A true master has arrived at this market to be sold to a slave, because these four pathetic men behind me are deeply in debt and desperately need money. Let the bidding begin, and remember, whoever has the fortune to buy me is purchasing an absolute master of reality." The crowd was frozen in absolute silence. A powerful king who was passing by in his golden chariot was so thoroughly captivated by Diogenes' majestic presence, by his total lack of fear, that he immediately joined the auction. A fierce bidding war broke out, with prices rising to heights never before heard of in the history of the city. Finally, the king outbid everyone, paid an immense fortune to the four bewildered slave traders, and invited Diogenes to join him in his chariot. Diogenes looked at the traders and said, "Are you happy now? Your poverty is solved. Now go away, while I ride off with this royal slave of mine." While they were driving down the road toward the grand palace, the king looked at Diogenes with intense irritation and said, "Are you completely insane? You keep calling me a slave, yet I am the absolute monarch of this land, and I just bought you with my own gold. You are my property." Diogenes laughed uproariously, leaned back against the golden cushions, and said, "You are the one who is completely blind, my friend. I can prove your slavery to you within 2 minutes. Look at your beautiful queen sitting in the back of this carriage. She has been staring at my powerful, naked body from the moment I stepped in. She is completely mesmerized, utterly charmed by my masculinity, and she is already totally finished with you. Buying a true master is an incredibly dangerous game for a weak man like you." The king was struck by a lightning bolt of pure shock and jealousy. He drew his sharp sword, turned toward the queen, and hissed, "Is what this naked madman saying true? If you tell me the absolute truth, I promise your life will be saved. But if you lie to me, and I discover it later, I will chop your head off right here." The queen was trembling with terror, her face completely pale. She looked at the magnificent, radiant presence of Diogenes and whispered, "Yes, it is the absolute truth. Standing next to this man, you look like a pathetic, weak child. He carries a strange, irresistible magic that has completely shattered my focus. Compared to him, you are nothing but a poor, clumsy imitation of a king." The king's ego was completely shattered. He immediately pulled the horses to a violent stop, looked at Diogenes with absolute panic, and shouted, "Get out of my carriage right now. I release you from your slavery. I do not want this immense risk inside my palace for a single day." Diogenes smiled, stepped gracefully out of the chariot onto the dusty road, and said, "Thank you for the ride. You see, because I take absolute, total responsibility for my life, it is physically impossible for anyone to turn me into a slave. I did not let those 4 traders carry a burden of guilt. I came here on my own terms, and your golden carriage does not suit me anyway. I am a completely natural naked man, and my own legs are more than strong enough to carry me through this beautiful world. Take absolute responsibility for your life, and you will become completely unslavable. Even if the world locks your body in a dark prison cell, even if you are surrounded by walls of stone, you will remain the absolute master of your inner kingdom. Your freedom will shine so brightly that it will terrify your jailers. But as long as you seek comfort, as long as you look for scapegoats in God and fate, you will remain a pathetic slave, rotting away in the comfortable prison of your own making. A profound question arises here. Why is it that we are so deeply attracted to our chains? Why do we talk continuously about freedom, yet cling desperately to the bars of our cage? The reality is that the cage provides you with immense psychological safety and structural security. The parrot inside the golden cage can cry out for freedom, freedom, all day long. But the moment the door is opened, its knees begin to shake with terror. It realizes that outside the cage, it must find its own food, it must protect itself from predators, and it must face the unpredictable storms of the vast sky. Inside the cage, the owner takes care of everything. The owner provides the water, the owner provides the seeds, and when the winter cold arrives, the owner covers the cage with a warm blanket. Your religions, your political parties, your traditional families are nothing but these golden cages. They take away your responsibility, and in exchange, they give you a cheap, comfortable sense of safety. They reduce you to a mechanical object, a well-fed animal, and you willingly accept this humiliation because you lack the courage to face the wild, beautiful mystery of an independent existence. This is the ultimate decision every living soul must make. You cannot have both perfect comfort and true liberation. They are mutually exclusive. If you choose the safety of the herd, you must accept the dull, mechanical life of a sheep. But if you choose the divine peak of true freedom, you must be ready to stand completely alone, to rely entirely on your own inner awareness, and to welcome the storm with an open heart. You must step out of the crowd, drop your borrowed masks, and claim your absolute, original individuality. I leave you with this meditation. Look directly into your life. Examine your relationships, your beliefs, and your hidden fears. Are you a living human being, or are you just a well-behaved puppet sitting inside a comfortable prison? The door is completely unlocked, and the endless sky is waiting for your wings. The choice is entirely yours, and no one can make it for you. When you look at this profound fear of freedom, you are looking at the deepest wound in the human psyche. This fear is not an accidental feature of your personality. It is a highly calculated, systematically cultivated mechanism designed to keep you dependent from the cradle to the grave. To understand why an ordinary human being will choose the suffocating safety of a golden cage over the wild, endless possibilities of the open sky, we must look at a massive, incredibly dark historical event that took place during the dawn of modern political awakening. I am often reminded of what happened during the storming of the Bastille during the French Revolution. The Bastille was not just an ordinary prison. It was the ultimate symbol of royal tyranny, a monstrous stone fortress where the state sent those it wished to erase from existence entirely. It was a place designed for permanent living deaths. When a man was thrown into the deepest, darkest, subterranean cells of the Bastille, he was put in heavy iron chains that were directly riveted into the cold stone walls. The keys to his padlocks were not kept on a ring by the warden. They were systematically thrown down into a deep, central well in the courtyard of the fortress. There was absolutely no need to keep the keys because those doors were never intended to be opened again. The prisoners were meant to stay in that pitch-black dampness until their bodies rotted away and became part of the stone itself. Some of those men entered the cells when they were vibrant, passionate 20-year-old rebels, and they remained there for 40, 50, or 60 years, listening to nothing but the silent dripping of water and the heavy clicking of their own chains. When the furious French revolutionaries finally smashed through the gates of the Bastille, their hearts were full of noble intentions. They believed that the greatest gift they could offer to these forgotten souls was immediate, absolute freedom. They dragged heavy tools into the dark dungeons, shattered the iron doors, and used massive hammers to break the chains off the ankles and wrists of the prisoners. But as they dragged these old men out into the bright sunlit courtyard, a deeply shocking, totally unexpected tragedy took place. The prisoners did not dance. They did not shout with joy. They did not embrace their liberators. Instead, they began to scream in absolute agony. Their eyes, which had adjusted to 60 years of total darkness, were completely blinded by the raw, natural impact of the morning sun. The light was a physical assault on their senses. They fell to the stone floor, weeping, scratching at the dirt, trying to find a way back into the darkness of their cells. They looked at the vast, open horizon of Paris, and instead of seeing beauty, they felt an overwhelming, universe-shattering panic. They looked at the revolutionaries and said, "What kind of cruelty is this? What have we done to deserve this torture? For 60 years, we had a home, we had structure, we had certainty. The warden brought us our bread every single morning, and we could rest in the peaceful, predictable quiet of our dark cells. Our chains had become our rhythm. We knew exactly how far we could move our legs, and their heavy sound was our only companion. Now you have shattered our world. You have thrown us into this vast, blinding emptiness where there are no walls to protect us, no guards to feed us, and no boundaries to hold us together. We are old, our families are dead, our friends have completely forgotten our names, and the world has changed so much that we are nothing but ghosts. We cannot live in this freedom of yours. Please, give us back our chains. Let us return to ourselves." The revolutionary leaders were completely stubborn. They had a rigid political ideology to uphold, so they forced the old men out into the streets of the city and locked the gates of the abandoned fortress behind them. But life has a way of exposing the shallow nature of ideological dreams. That very same night, in the middle of the dark, freezing hours of midnight, the revolutionaries heard a quiet, desperate scratching at the outer gates of the Bastille. When they opened the doors with lanterns, they found almost all of those liberated prisoners shivering on the cold cobblestones, begging to be let back inside. They cried out, "We are starving. No one will give us shelter. No one will give us work. And this endless open sky is driving us completely insane. Give us our iron weights back so that we can sleep. Without the familiar pressure of the iron on our ankles, we feel like we are floating away into a void. Your freedom is an absolute curse." This historical tragedy reveals the raw, unedited truth about the comfortable prison of human conditioning. You talk continuously about wanting liberation. You pray for truth. You practice your little pseudo-spiritual techniques. But the moment the walls of your conditioning are cracked open even an inch, your knees begin to shake with absolute terror. You have lived in the dark dungeon of your family, your religion, and your social respectability for so long that the heavy iron weights of your obligations have become your very identity. Without your anxieties, without your social labels, and without your daily worries, you do not know who you are. You feel like a non-entity. You prefer the miserable security of the familiar cage because the alternative demands that you stand completely alone, facing the vast, unmapped wilderness of your own sovereign consciousness. This mechanical craving for security at the expense of true life is the exact reason why all political revolutions throughout human history have failed so spectacularly. They attempt to change the outer structure of the prison without transforming the inner consciousness of the prisoner. I remember this illusion vividly from the days of my own childhood. My entire family was deeply, passionately involved in the freedom struggle of India against the British Empire. My father, my uncles dropped everything to join the movement. They burned their bridges, abandoned their university studies right before their final examinations, and spent the finest years of their youth being dragged in and out of British prisons. They endured every form of political harassment, physical discomfort, and social ostracism, all fueled by a grand, romantic dream that once the white masters were expelled from the land, an absolute golden age of joy and prosperity would dawn upon the country. Our family home was a constant meeting ground for the great leaders of the revolution. They would sit in our living room late into the night, drinking tea, full of fiery passion, plotting how to sabotage the colonial infrastructure, how to burn down the administrative offices, and how to destabilize the foreign government. Even though I was just a small boy, my intelligence was sharp, and I could see through the romantic fog of their words. I would stand in front of these famous leaders, interrupt their intense planning, and ask them a single, incredibly irritating question. I can understand perfectly how to destroy the old house. You are absolute experts in throwing stones, burning bridges, and breaking locks. But please tell me, what is your specific creative blueprint for the new house? The day the British leave, the power will fall directly into your hands. Do you know how to create harmony? Do you know how to help human beings grow in deep intelligence and responsibility? Because if you only know how to sabotage, the moment your enemy vanishes, you will turn your destructive weapons against each other, and you will create a house that is infinitely more tyrannical than the one you are destroying. They would look at me with intense annoyance, pat my head condescendingly, and say, "You are just a foolish child. You do not understand the complex realities of politics. Right now, we are far too busy fighting the enemy. We are completely occupied with the struggle for freedom. Once the colonial masters are gone, we will sit down and figure out how to run the country. First, we must clear the ground." I told them This is a completely unscientific, totally blind approach. If you demolish an old, broken shelter before you have even drawn the architectural plans for the new home, you will leave millions of people completely homeless, exposed to the cold, merciless wind of reality. And being completely homeless is far more dangerous than living in an old, cramped prison. But they refused to listen to a child. And history proved that my warnings were a form of pure prophecy. The day political independence finally arrived, the great miracle they had expected did not happen. Instead, an absolute hell broke out across the entire country. The very same people who had stood shoulder to shoulder against the foreign oppressor suddenly realized that they had absolutely no shared inner vision. Because their consciousness was still deeply chaotic, primitive, and unconscious, their hidden hatreds erupted into the light. Millions of Hindus and Muslims began to destroy each other in the streets with primitive ferocity. Whole towns were set on fire, neighbors turned into bloodthirsty executioners, and crowded trains filled with innocent families were systematically burned down on the tracks, with the doors locked from the outside, so that no one could escape. The country was violently split into bleeding fragments, and the people who ascended to the thrones of political power were the exact same revolutionaries who had spent their lives learning how to kill, how to sabotage, and how to destroy. They became the new bureaucrats, the new masters, and within a few short months, they were practicing the exact same corrupt tactics, the exact same human exploitation, and the exact same iron-fisted suppression that the British had used for centuries. The names had changed, the flags had changed, the skin color of the politicians had changed from white to brown, but the underlying machinery of human slavery remained completely untouched. The country was in a profound state of shock. The young men who had sacrificed their lives and their educations looked around in total disillusionment and asked, "What happened to the beautiful dawn we fought for? Is this the freedom that required the blood of our brothers?" It was not freedom at all. It was simply a change of guards. This is the inevitable fate of every political revolution, because the revolutionary is always a reactive creature. He acts out of anger, out of frustration against an outer enemy, but because he has never entered the silent dimensions of meditation, his own inner house remains completely dark, full of greed, ambition, and the lust for power. When you fight a monster for too long, using his own tactics, using his own weapons, you slowly, imperceptibly absorb his very nature. This is an absolute, immutable law of existence. You become exactly like your enemy. Look at the monstrous historical warning of Joseph Stalin in Soviet Russia. Before the Communist Revolution, Russia was ruled by the absolute, incredibly cruel tyranny of the Tsars. Stalin was a passionate, brilliant young revolutionary who spent his life operating in the deep underground, robbing banks to fund the party, surviving the freezing torture of Siberian exile, and fighting with ferocious dedication to overthrow the old regime. He studied the methods of the Tsar's secret police with absolute intensity, simply so that he could evade them and defeat them. But the moment the revolution succeeded, and the old structure was completely demolished, Stalin ascended to the heights of the new government. And what did he do? Because his entire psychology had been shaped, conditioned, and trained by decades of warfare, violence, and paranoia, he transformed the Soviet Union into a concentration camp that was infinitely more terrifying, more bloody, and more total than anything the Tsars could have ever imagined in their wildest dreams. All the Tsars of Russian history combined did not spill a fraction of the blood that Joseph Stalin spilled single-handedly during his reign of terror. His paranoia was so absolute that he could not trust a single human being. It is heavily suspected by modern historians that he systematically arranged for the slow medical poisoning of Vladimir Lenin, the very father of the revolution, simply because Lenin was a potential rival to his absolute authority. Once Lenin was dead, Stalin turned his focus toward Leon Trotsky, the brilliant number 2 man of the movement, the mastermind of the Red Army. He chased Trotsky across the entire planet, completely erasing his name from the history books, until his secret assassins finally caught up with him in Mexico and drove an ice pick directly into his brain. After eliminating the giants, Stalin systematically purged almost every single member of the original Politburo, the very revolutionary heroes who had stood with him in the trenches against the Tsar. Why did he terminate his own comrades? Because they were experts in revolution. They knew how to overthrow a government. They knew how to build bombs. And they knew how to destabilize an empire. To a paranoid tyrant, the most dangerous people in the world are those who know how to break chains, so they must be completely liquidated. Stalin had learned his lesson so perfectly from his enemies that he turned his own country into a house of destruction to protect his comfort and his power. This is why I tell you with absolute emphasis, I do not teach revolution, I teach rebellion. The difference between the two is monumental, a total shift in dimension. Revolution is a political, collective phenomenon. It belongs to the crowd. It operates through violence, and it always moves horizontally, replacing one outer tyranny with another. Rebellion is entirely individual, profoundly spiritual, and deeply religious. The rebel does not form an army to attack the outer palaces of the kings. The rebel simply looks into his own consciousness, identifies the dirty footprints of the priest and the politician, and quietly steps out of the mechanical wheel of the past. He changes his own inner architecture. He drops his own greed, his own ambition, his own conditioning, and becomes a totally new, highly conscious human being within his own reality. The rebel understands that you cannot create a beautiful, free world by fighting the old masters. If you fight them, you feed them your energy, you become obsessed with them, and you ensure that your mind remains bound to their timeline. Friedrich Nietzsche, despite all his immense genius, fell directly into this fatal trap. He was a man of extraordinary, lightning-like insight, but his entire life became an intense, boiling reaction against Jesus Christ and the Christian Church. He was so completely obsessed with destroying the image of Christ that he allowed that very image to dominate his entire subconscious mind. His greatest, most poetic masterpiece, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, is nothing but a desperate, deeply subconscious attempt to create a new, anti-Christian Bible. The language he uses, the metaphors of the mountains, the high prophetic tone, the beautiful poetry, it is all a direct imitation of the style of Jesus in the New Testament. Nietzsche was trying with all his might to be the ultimate Antichrist, but because his mind was locked in a fierce reaction, he could never be truly free. He was tied to Jesus like a shadow. During the tragic final years of his life, when his brilliant brain completely collapsed into absolute insanity, he began to sign his personal letters with the frantic signature, the Antichrist. Friedrich Nietzsche, even in the middle of total madness, when he had forgotten everything else, he could not forget his enemy. Jesus was still standing at the very center of his mind, ruling his thoughts from the dark dimensions of his psychosis. His obsession with fighting the old structure completely destroyed his unique creative potential. He could have been a magnificent, radiant light, but he reduced himself to a mere reactive force. Do not fight the old, rotten system outside yourself. Do not try to fix the world. The world is exactly the way it is, because it is filled with unconscious, sleeping people. If you take an army of sleeping people and change their political labels, you will still have a world of sleep, conflict, and misery. The only authentic way to save this planet is to become a silent, individual dropout from the collective insanity. Drop the ambition, Drop the competition, drop the deep-seated desire to be special, to be superior, or to prove your greatness by becoming the president of a nation or the head of a massive corporation. Those desires are nothing but symptoms of your inner sickness, expressions of an intense inferiority complex that demands an outer validation to feel alive. A beautiful, deeply mysterious story from the ancient East perfectly illustrates the nature of human freedom and the invisible boundaries created by your own choices. It is said that a seeker of truth came from a very distant land to visit a great, enlightened Zen master who lived in a small hut on a high mountain peak. The seeker sat before the master, full of deep existential anxiety, and asked, "Please, master, solve this riddle that has tortured my mind for lifetimes. Is the human being completely, absolutely free to create his own reality? Or is there a cosmic plan, an unchangeable fate, a written destiny that puts absolute, unbreakable limits around our lives? Are we masters, or are we nothing but puppets in the hands of God?" The Zen master did not offer a long, boring theological discourse. He did not quote from any ancient Sanskrit scrolls. He simply looked at the seeker with a mischievous, sparkling wit in his eyes and said, "Stand up on your feet." The seeker was completely puzzled. He thought, "I am asking a profound question about the ultimate nature of human destiny, and this old man is giving me silly physical exercises. But let's see where this madness leads." He stood up, dust on his knees, waiting for the explanation. The master then looked at his legs and said, "Now, lift your right leg off the ground into the air." The seeker thought, "This man is completely crazy, entirely insane. What does lifting my foot have to do with the freedom of the soul?" But because the master carried an immense aura of silent authority, the seeker did not dare to disobey. He carefully balanced his body on his left foot and lifted his right leg into the air, holding it there, looking completely ridiculous. The master smiled and said, "Excellent, you are doing beautifully. Now, just one final instruction to completely solve your riddle. While keeping your right leg in the air, lift your left leg off the ground as well." The seeker exploded with anger and frustration. He screamed, "That is physically impossible. You are demanding an absolute absurdity. If I lift my left foot while my right foot is already in the air, I will crash face first onto the floor. I am a human being, not a bird. I cannot lift both feet at the same time." The Zen master laughed uproariously, clapped his hands, and said, "Now you have your absolute answer. Before you made a choice, before you lifted a single foot, you were completely, perfectly free. There was no fate, no destiny, no cosmic law restricting your movement. You had a choice between your left leg and your right leg. You were completely free to lift either one first. There was no commandment from the sky forcing you to choose the right. But the very moment you made a decision, the very moment you exercised your freedom and chose to lift your right leg, that choice itself created an immediate, absolute limitation. Your choice made the lifting of the left leg physically impossible. Do not look for a tyrant sitting in the clouds writing your destiny. Your own unconscious choices, your own blind decisions are the very forces that build the walls of your prison cell. The mechanism of existence is perfectly simple. You cannot walk down two opposing paths at the exact same moment. This beautiful story cuts right to the absolute core of the human dilemma. You are born with an inheritance of absolute freedom, but because you operate through an unconscious, conditioned mind, every choice you make becomes a heavy chain that locks you into a specific track. This is exactly why the great masters of the East have placed such a monumental, uncompromising emphasis on the realization of choiceless awareness. Why are they so completely insistent that you must not choose, that you must not judge, that you must not divide reality into good and bad, right and wrong? Because the very moment you make a choice, you divide your energy, you lose your wholeness, and you step into a self-inflicted limitation. If you remain completely choiceless, simply witnessing the total flow of existence without grasping, without rejecting, your freedom remains absolute, unbroken, and infinite. You remain as vast as the sky itself, but your mind is completely addicted to selection. It cannot rest without choosing, because choice is the very food that sustains the ego. The moment you are faced with an option, your mind enters a feverish state of calculation, and no matter what you select, you ensure a lifetime of deep, burning regret. Look at how this manifests in the ordinary, everyday choices of your life. Imagine a young man who is faced with the decision of marriage. There are two women in his village. One girl is extraordinarily beautiful, graceful, full of a radiant charm, but her family is completely broke, deeply impoverished, and she has absolutely no material wealth to her name. The other woman is intensely grotesque, deeply unpleasant, full of an arrogant, rotten attitude, but she is the only daughter of the wealthiest landlord in the province, and she carries a monumental inheritance of palaces, land, and gold. The young man is torn apart by his choice. His ego desires the wealth, but his senses desire the beauty. Finally, Driven by greed and the desire for social prestige, he chooses the wealthy, ugly woman. He moves into her palace. He is surrounded by servants. He has the finest clothes, and he can buy whatever his heart desires. But a few weeks after the wedding, a deep, heavy misery settles into his bones. The novelty of the gold quickly fades away. A palace becomes just a building with high ceilings. And now he is forced to live day and night with a woman whose very face fills his heart with disgust. He is forced to look at her across the dinner table every single morning, and he has to lie to her, put on a painted smile, and say, "I love you," simply to keep his hands on her money. He cannot even hate her properly, because hate requires a certain respect, a certain alive connection. She treats him like a cheap servant, a pathetic servant, because she knows with absolute certainty that he did not marry her soul, he married her bank account. Sitting in his luxurious gardens, the young man's mind begins to torture him with the memory of the beautiful poor girl. He looks at his gold and thinks, "I am the greatest fool on this earth. What value is a palace when my life is a continuous hell? If I had chosen the beautiful penniless girl, we would be living in a simple, humble mud hut, eating coarse bread, but my heart would be full of pure joy. My eyes would be fed by her grace, and our nights would be an absolute dance of love." I threw away my soul for a pile of yellow metal. My decision was an absolute disaster. But do not be deceived by the mind's tricks. Imagine if he had chosen the opposite path. Imagine if he had followed his romantic heart, rejected the gold, and married the poor, beautiful girl. For the first few days, it would be an absolute honeymoon. They would laugh, they would look into each other's eyes, they would walk through the green fields under the stars. But within a few months, the cold reality of poverty would strike their small mud hut. The roof begins to leak during the monsoon rains. There is not enough money to buy medicine when the children fall sick, and they are forced to labor from dawn until dusk simply to secure a single ordinary meal. Then the young man looks at his beautiful wife, and because his stomach is completely empty, her beauty begins to look pale, irrelevant, and utterly useless. He thinks, "What am I supposed to do with this beauty? I cannot eat it. I cannot use it to pay the landlord, and it cannot buy clothes for my freezing children. I was an absolute romantic idiot. If I had married the wealthy landlord's daughter, I would be sitting in a palace right now, completely warm, surrounded by the finest doctors, and my life would be a total ease." Her face might be ugly, but after a few years, you get used to any face. It just becomes background noise. Money is the only real power in this world. I ruined my entire future for a temporary chemical infatuation. No matter what choice you make through the unconscious calculations of your mind, you are absolutely guaranteed to live a life of deep, agonizing regret. Why? Because the alternative choice will always remain in your mind as an unfulfilled ghost, a beautiful, idealized fantasy that haunts your quiet moments. The mind always exaggerates what it does not possess, and it completely undervalues what is currently sitting in its hand. This is the very nature of the egoistic wheel. It cannot let you rest in contentment. If you truly desire a life of absolute, universe-shattering freedom, you must completely step out of this game of choice. You must develop the capacity to simply witness the movement of life with a deep, silent, choiceless awareness. When you do not choose, you do not create a boundary. You do not lift one foot at the expense of the other. You remain completely whole, completely centered in the eternal immediacy of the here and now. You allow existence to flow through you naturally, without trying to force it into your petty, conditioned molds. You become like a clear mirror that reflects whatever passes before it, without grasping onto the beautiful image and without rejecting the ugly reflection. In that absolute stillness, the comfortable prison of your conditioning simply dissolves into thin air, and you step into the magnificent, star-filled sky of your true, divine potential. This deep split within your consciousness, this continuous tension between what your mechanical mind calculates and what your essential nature desires, brings us directly to the ultimate boundary line, the profound distinction between the social self and the eternal soul. All your dictionaries, compiled by linguistic scholars who are just as asleep as the rest of the crowd, will tell you that the words self and soul are completely identical, that they are mere synonyms for the same inner reality. But I tell you with absolute emphasis that this is a monumental error. They are not synonyms, they are total opposites. The soul is something you bring with you into this world. It is your original, unconditioned, existential inheritance. The self, on the other hand, is an artificial structure, a sophisticated psychological mask manufactured and imposed upon you by society from the very moment you are born. Society is terrified of a child who is aware only of his soul, because the soul is wild, independent, and completely uncontrollable. A person who functions from his soul can never be turned into a predictable cog in the state machinery. So, to prevent you from ever discovering your true power, your parents, your teachers, and your priests immediately gather around your cradle to build an artificial identity for you. They give you a name, a nationality, a religion, and a social status. They tell you that you are a Christian, a Turk, a doctor, a scholar, or a progressive thinker. They create the self so that you do not have to endure the long, terrifying, yet beautiful sacred journey of searching for your true reality. They hand you a cheap, prefabricated ego so that you can navigate their competitive world without feeling completely empty or identityless. The intention behind this creation often comes from a space of superficial love and protection, but because those who raise you are themselves completely blind to their own souls, they simply pass their own decorated captivity down to you. They lived as a manufactured self, and they demand that you die as one. The tragedy of human existence is that this false ego, this false self becomes so thick, so heavily layered through years of education and social validation, that it completely replaces your original reality. You become entirely identified with your function, completely oblivious to your being. If you are a prominent university professor, a wealthy entrepreneur, a powerful politician, or a celebrated artist, you genuinely believe that this function is your authentic self. But these are nothing but temporary roles you play on the social stage. Your function can be taken away from you in a single second by an economic collapse, a political shift, or an unexpected sickness. And when the role is stripped away, the manufactured self collapses into an absolute panic, a deep existential crisis, because it has absolutely no roots within the fertile soil of existence. Neither the Prime Minister nor the humble shoemaker knows who they truly are. Both are completely trapped within the structures of their social conditioning. This profound, universal forgetfulness is the true meaning of the word sin. In its deepest, most ancient linguistic roots, the word sin does not mean breaking a moral commandment or violating a religious law invented by a paranoid priest. It simply means forgetfulness. It means you have forgotten your own home. You have completely lost touch with the mirror-like purity of your original consciousness. And because you are living through a borrowed, artificial self, every single action you take becomes thoroughly hypocritical, completely hypocritical. When you smile at your neighbor, your smile does not rise from the overflowing abundance of your heart. It is just a mechanical reflex dictated by your social training. When you shed tears at a funeral, your grief is entirely superficial, a performance designed to satisfy public expectations. Even when you say, "I love you," your words carry absolutely no life energy because you are trying to give something you do not possess. You operate as a complete, total sleepwalker, moving through your daily routines with open eyes, yet remaining completely unconscious of your true reality. The modern world is absolutely filled with these sophisticated sleepwalkers. Western psychologists estimate that nearly 10% of the metropolitan population suffers from active somnambulism, but I tell you that 99% of humanity is spiritually sleepwalking every single day. There was a world-famous medical case in New York City that perfectly illustrates the dangerous nature of this subconscious sleep. A wealthy businessman lived on the absolute highest floor of a massive 50-story skyscraper. On the surface, during the daylight hours, he was an intensely disciplined, highly moral individual who followed a strict diet prescribed by his doctors to combat severe obesity. He suppressed every single craving for sugar and luxury with absolute iron control. But the moment his conscious mind went to sleep at night, his repressed subconscious took complete control of his body. He would rise from his bed in a state of total somnambulism, walk silently to the kitchen, open the refrigerator, and gorge himself on cakes, chocolates, and heavy foods. In the morning, he would wake up completely oblivious to what had happened, furious at his housekeepers because the food was missing, and deeply depressed because his body continued to gain weight despite his daytime fasting. But his sleepwalking routine did not stop at the refrigerator. As the internal frustration grew, his subconscious mind began to seek a radical, terrifying release. Late at night, while completely asleep, he would open his balcony door, climb up onto the roof of the skyscraper, and leap across a massive, terrifying void onto the roof of the neighboring building. This was a distance that no sane human being, in their full conscious senses, would ever dare to attempt. Even a professional acrobat would tremble at the thought of making that jump 50 stories above the concrete streets. But because the sleepwalker was completely empty of conscious fear, completely mechanical, his body executed the jump with flawless, robotic precision every single night. He would walk across the high ledge, leap over the abyss, wander around the opposite roof, and then leap back, return to his bed, and wake up with absolutely no memory of his midnight flights. Eventually, people in the neighboring buildings began to notice this terrifying spectacle. A small crowd would gather on the streets below at midnight, looking up with lanterns, completely mesmerized by this real-life miracle. One fateful night, as the sleepwalker stood on the absolute edge of the 50-story roof, preparing to make his mechanical leap across the void. An enthusiastic idiot in the crowd below yelled out into the quiet air, shouting, "Look, he is doing it again." The sharp, loud noise pierced through the man's sleep and woke him up in an instant. For the very first time, his conscious mind flared into reality. He looked down, saw the blinding lights of the city 50 stories below, realized exactly where he was standing, and saw the terrifying abyss right in front of his toes. An absolute, paralyzing panic gripped his heart. His robotic certainty vanished, his knees shook, and his inner balance was completely shattered. But it was too late. His physical momentum had already carried him off the edge. Because his consciousness brought fear rather than pure presence, he completely missed the opposite ledge, dropped like a stone through the empty air, and his body was completely pieces into pieces upon the asphalt road below. This is the exact danger of your manufactured self. Your ego is a form of deep sleepwalking, a clumsy mechanical balance built entirely upon your social rules and your daytime repressions. Society forces you to be intensely ambitious from your very childhood. No parent, no teacher ever looks into your eyes and says, "You are already a magnificent manifestation of existence. Just be completely yourself." Instead, they fill your mind with monstrous, unreachable ideals, telling you to become a Jesus, a Buddha, an Einstein, or a corporate billionaire. They condition you to believe that who you are right now is completely worthless, a non-entity, and that your value can only be secured if you accumulate degrees, wealth, and public honors. The self continuously demands this external food. It thrives on recognition. It lives on the approval of the crowd. And you waste your entire life building higher and thicker layers of this false identity, completely terrified that if the crowd stops looking at you, your entire reality will vanish into a void. Even those who claim to have abandoned the material world, the celebrated priests, the ascetic monks, the famous holy men, are completely trapped within this exact same sleepwalking machinery. They drop their fine clothes, they leave their corporate businesses, but they bring their thick, highly volatile egos right with them into the monasteries. Their ego simply changes its clothes. It puts on a holy robe, adopts a somber tone, and begins to accumulate spiritual credentials instead of bank accounts. And because this religious self is far more subtle, far more hidden, it is infinitely more difficult to dissolve than the ordinary ego of the businessman. I am reminded of a deeply insightful, highly satirical story from the deep valleys of the Alps, where three ancient Christian monasteries had coexisted for centuries in a state of quiet, intense competition over spiritual prestige. One afternoon, a prominent monk from each of the three institutions happened to meet on a dusty road while returning from a nearby city. They were completely exhausted, so they sat down under the cool shade of a massive oak tree to rest and share a small meal. As they sat there, the first monk sighed deeply, adjusted his rough, uncomfortable robe, and said with a look of extreme self-satisfaction, "I must confess that I am deeply proud of my monastery. The brothers in our house may not be the most intellectual scholars. We may not spend our days writing brilliant theological essays, but when it comes to the absolute discipline of asceticism, fasting, and physical sacrifice, absolutely no one on this earth can compete with us. We eat only a single crust of dry bread once a day. We sleep on the cold stone floor, and we whip our bodies to conquer every single biological desire. In the realm of holy suffering, we are at the absolute peak." The second monk let out a loud, mocking laugh and shook his head with total contempt. He looked at the first monk and said, "Your so-called asceticism is completely primitive, a cheap form of self-torture that any foolish barbarian can master. True holiness does not belong to the stomach. It belongs to the intellect. My monastery is the absolute custodian of ancient wisdom. We possess the oldest, most sacred library in Christendom, and the brothers in our house are the finest scholars of the scriptures. We know every single nuance of the divine law. We can debate theology with absolute, flawless logic, and we spend our nights studying the ancient texts. Your fasting is nothing compared to our monumental wisdom." The third monk had been sitting completely quiet, listening to his companions with a look of supreme serenity on his face. He slowly opened his eyes, smiled with a deep, oily politeness, and said, "Both of you may speak the truth. It is true that your house is exceptionally rigorous with fasting, and it is true that your house is filled with brilliant, highly educated scholars. But I must tell you with absolute honesty about my own monastery. When it comes to the divine virtue of absolute, total humility, our house is at the absolute top of the mountain. Nobody can beat us in being humble. We are the absolute champions of lowliness. Look at the spectacular, absolute madness of the human mind. The ego of humility is the most monstrous ego of all. They are bragging about being the most humble. They are competing over who can be the lowest, turning a beautiful spiritual quality into a cheap commodity to feed their manufactured self. This religious, holy disguise makes you completely blind to your own inner reality. This is exactly why I tell you that ordinary sinners have often reached the ultimate shores of divine awakening, while your celebrated saints remain completely stuck in the mud of their own self-satisfaction. A sinner at least has no illusions about his holiness. He knows with absolute certainty that he is a flawed, greedy, lustful, and ordinary human being. He carries no heavy armor of spiritual pride. Because his self is thin, because he feels his own incompleteness, he is infinitely closer to the doors of the soul than the arrogant monk who is intoxicated by his own fasting and humility. The sinner is fluid, open to the sudden impact of truth, while the saint is a frozen statue of moral certainty. If you feel a quiet resonance with this truth, if you see the walls of your own manufactured self beginning to crack as you listen to my words, let your awareness bloom into action. Take a brief moment to leave your authentic reflections in the comments below. Let us hear the silent awakening of your intelligence. If you wish to support this shared space of consciousness, you can participate actively by clicking the Join button to become a member, or by offering a super thanks as a gesture of shared abundance. These are not transactions of the ego. They are simply the fluid, beautiful sharing of energy within our spiritual communion. To understand how deeply this trap of the self and material prestige goes, we must look at how we treat our wealth and our security. We turn our very success into a heavy set of gold chains that lock us into absolute captivity. I am reminded of a highly satirical, deeply philosophical story about an extraordinarily wealthy old merchant who lived in a massive, luxurious estate. He had spent his entire life hoarding money, counting coins, and building a monumental financial empire. Now, his time had come. He was lying on his silk bed, drawing his final, shallow breaths, surrounded by the cold shadow of approaching death. His 4 fully grown sons, who were themselves highly successful, incredibly wealthy businessmen living in separate palaces across the city, had rushed to his bedside the moment they heard the news. But as they stood around the dying man's bed, they were not looking at his face with love or sorrow. They were not thinking about the deep mystery of a soul leaving its physical container. They were completely occupied with a fierce, whispering argument about the financial costs of his upcoming funeral. They believed their father was already completely unconscious, completely dead to the world, so they spoke without any filter. The youngest son, who was still slightly romantic and full of a desire for social respectability, whispered, Our father spent his entire life dreaming of owning a Rolls-Royce. He was too tight-fisted to ever buy one while he was alive, preferring to accumulate the gold. Now that he is leaving, it would be an absolute crime to bury him cheaply. We have millions, and his estate is massive. I propose that we hire a magnificent, brand new Rolls-Royce hearse to carry his body to the city cemetery. Let him have his dream, at least in death." The second son frowned deeply, shook his head, and said, "You are completely young, completely foolish with money. Hiring a Rolls-Royce is a piece of absolute, unnecessary waste. The man is dead. His pulse is fading. Once he stops breathing, do you honestly think it makes a single bit of difference to his corpse whether he rides in a luxury car or a common truck? He will know absolutely nothing about it. Why should we throw away our inheritance on a temporary display for the neighbors? I propose we hire a cheap, ordinary delivery van. It will execute the exact same function for a fraction of the price." The third son let out a sharp sneer and whispered, "Both of you are completely unsuited for business. A delivery van still requires that we pay a driver and rent the vehicle. Why should we spend a single cent of our gold? Have you forgotten how the city operates? When a common beggar dies on the streets, the municipal garbage collectors come with their large truck and carry the body away to the public graveyard completely for free. All we have to do is wait until he draws his last breath tonight, quietly carry his body out to the edge of the road, and leave him there with the trash. In the morning, the city garbage truck will give him a free ride to the cemetery. It is perfectly efficient, perfectly economical, and it costs us absolutely nothing." Suddenly, a profound silence fell over the room as the dying old merchant slowly opened his eyes. His face was pale, his eyes were hollow, but a sharp, burning spark of his lifelong financial greed flared up into his consciousness. He raised his trembling hand, looked at his 4 sons, and gasped out in a raspy, desperate voice, "Listen to me, you wasteful fools. Where are my shoes? Bring me my shoes immediately." The sons were completely shocked, completely paralyzed with bewilderment. They cried out, "Your shoes? What on earth do you need your shoes for? You are dying. The doctor said you have less than 5 minutes left on this earth." The old merchant swallowed hard, forced himself up against the pillows, and hissed, "I am still breathing, you idiots. I have just enough life left in my legs to walk to the cemetery myself. It is the absolute healthiest, the most economical method of all. You are all a bunch of prodigal spendthrifts who want to ruin my hard-earned wealth. This is the absolute madness of the human ego. Even at the very brink of the grave, when the entire material world is vanishing like a dream, the old merchant cannot see his own soul. He is completely, totally obsessed with his habits, with his calculations, with his gold. He has turned his wealth into his own eternal jailer. And this is exactly what humanity has done across centuries. You turn your possessions, your prestige, and your respectability into heavy iron chains, and you cling to them with absolute desperation, completely blind to the reality that they are dragging you down into a living death. True freedom demands that you have the courage to drop these weights, to look beyond the shallow illusions of the material and social world, and to claim your original, sovereign individuality. I lived this truth with absolute, uncompromising dedication during my years in the academic world. When I was a young professor teaching philosophy at the university, I refused to follow any of their mechanical rules, their rigid structures, or their bureaucratic permissions. I spent nearly 20 days out of every month traveling across the country, giving talks, sharing my silence with millions of seekers. I would return to the university campus for only 10 days a month, gather my students, and complete the entire curriculum through intense, high-powered lectures. The students were deeply, profoundly grateful. They told me, "Master, you have saved our lives." The other professors stretched this tiny, boring syllabus over 2 long years, driving us completely crazy with their mechanical repetition. You teach us the entire core of human wisdom within a single week, and then you leave us free to experience our own lives. We have learned more from your absence than from their presence. But the vice-chancellor of the university was an intensely rigid, bureaucratic camel. He was completely obsessed with rules and attendance sheets. He would walk through the faculty building, find my classroom completely empty, yet look out of his office window and see my car parked in its exact, reserved spot under the deep shade of a magnificent, red-flowered gulmarg tree. I had an absolute agreement with my driver. Every single morning, even when I was thousands of miles away lecturing in Calcutta, Amritsar, or Madras, he would drive my car to the campus at exactly 8 o'clock, park it under that green tree, lock the doors, and relax in the gardens for the entire day before driving it back to my house. The Vice-Chancellor was completely mystified, completely confused. He would read the newspapers and see that I was delivering a mass address to 100,000 people in a distant province, yet he would look out his window and see my car sitting right there on the campus. He believed I possessed some form of mystical, supernatural power that allowed me to be in two places at the exact same moment. One sunny afternoon, while conducting a formal inspection of the grounds, he found my classroom completely silent and empty once again. He caught my driver by the shoulder and demanded, "What is the meaning of this comedy? Your master's car is sitting under the tree, yet he is nowhere to be found. I am reading reports that he is currently in South India. Explain this mystery to me right now." The driver, who had absorbed a little bit of my mischievous wit, simply smiled and said, "The car is here, sir. My master told me that as long as the car is sitting under the tree, the university should remain perfectly satisfied." The vice-chancellor was furious. The next morning, the moment I stepped onto the campus after returning from my travels, he called me into his executive office. He looked at me with deep irritation and said, "You have become completely your own master in this institution. You never ask for formal permission to leave. You never submit attendance sheets, and you completely ignore our administrative regulations. You treat this university like your personal playground." I did not offer a long, defensive explanation. I did not argue, and I did not drop into any social apology. I simply smiled, reached across his large mahogany desk, pulled a blank sheet of paper from his drawer, took his gold pen, and wrote my immediate, absolute resignation in a single sentence. I handed it to him and said, "This is my absolute answer to your rules. Take your university, take your salary, and take your security. I am completely finished with your cage." The vice-chancellor was stunned. He went completely pale. He had not expected such a radical, instantaneous reaction. He stuttered, What are you doing? I was not asking you to leave. You are the most brilliant professor we have. The students are completely in love with you, and your reputation brings immense prestige to this institution. I was simply asking for a little more administrative conformity. Please, tear up this paper." I looked at him and said, "It is physically impossible." I was simply waiting for the right moment, for the universe to open the door. The resignation must come from you, from your rules, because I have absolutely no interest in living as a compromised slave. I am leaving right now. That evening, he actually drove to my private residence, fell at my feet, and begged me to return. My father was deeply worried. My friends gathered around me, weeping, and my students blocked my doorway, crying, "Master, please take back your resignation. Without your presence, this university will return to being a dark, mechanical cemetery." I looked at them all and said, "My decision is absolute, unchangeable. I can never return to that campus. because the moment I walked out of that office, I gathered every single one of my university degrees, my golden medals, and my academic certificates, and I threw them directly into a raging fire. They are completely burned, reduced to gray ashes. I have intentionally destroyed every single bridge that connects me to my professional past. If I ever look back, if I ever feel a temporary fear about my financial future, I will realize that I have absolutely no credentials left to my name. I am now a completely uneducated, completely unqualified man in the eyes of your society. I stand completely naked before existence, and that is the only way to remain completely free. My father was absolutely horrified. He screamed, "Have you gone completely mad? You spent years studying, you achieved the highest honors, you won gold medals. Even if you choose to leave this specific job, those degrees were your insurance policy. Why on earth did you have to burn them?" I told him, "To keep a diploma in your closet means that deep down in your unconscious mind, a tiny spark of fear and desire is still breathing. You are keeping a secret safety net, a hidden assurance that if your freedom fails, you can always return to your comfortable captivity, put on your professional mask, and sell your soul for a salary once again." I do not live with safety nets. Those degrees were not honors. They were deep, bleeding wounds inflicted upon my intelligence by an authoritarian education system. By burning them, I have completely healed myself. I have no past. I have no future. I have only this vibrant, magnificent present moment. 2 years passed by, and the university was hosting a grand celebration. The vice-chancellor, who was still deeply attached to my presence, sent a special messenger begging me to return to the campus just for a single hour to deliver a keynote address to the entire assembly. I agreed, simply out of love for my old students. When the lecture ended, the Vice-Chancellor took me by the arm and led me back to his executive office. He pointed out of his large window, gestured toward the exact spot where my car used to park under the tree, and said in a quiet, trembling voice full of absolute wonder, "Look out there. Do you see that spot? It is the most extraordinary, most inexplicable thing I have ever witnessed. For 9 long years, while you were a professor here, that specific gulmarg tree was the most vibrant, most beautifully green tree on the entire campus. Even in the middle of the harshest summer drought, its leaves were thick and its red flowers exploded like fireworks. All the neighboring trees withered and died over the years, but that one tree remained incredibly alive. But a few short weeks after you burned your degrees and walked away from this university, that tree suddenly dropped every single one of its leaves. Its branches turned to brittle bone, its sap completely dried up, and today it is nothing but a dead, gray skeleton. How do you explain this madness? I looked out at the dead tree, felt its silent echo in my soul, and said, "Life is an extraordinarily deep, beautifully mysterious web of living relationships." For 9 long years, I did not just park my car under those branches. I stood under that tree every single day. I touched its rough bark with absolute love, and I whispered my deep gratitude to its spirit. A profound, invisible communion opened up between my consciousness and the life energy of that tree. It was deeply, passionately in love with my silence. It bloomed with such magnificent intensity simply because it was celebrating our connection. When I walked away, when I cut my bridges, the tree felt an absolute, immediate emptiness. Now, a bureaucratic politician is parking his car in that spot. A man who looks at the tree as nothing but a functional umbrella to protect his paint job. He has never offered a single spark of love, never shared a single moment of gratitude. The tree did not die of a disease, it died of a broken heart. It chose to withdraw its energy from a world that had lost its capacity to communicate in love. This is the ultimate secret of human existence. You are not an isolated island separate from the universe. You are an organic, beautifully integrated part of this entire cosmic dance. The trees, the stars, the rivers, and the wild wind are continuously waiting to communicate with you, to shower you with their ultimate blessings. But you cannot hear their music because your mind is completely locked inside the noisy, claustrophobic prison of your manufactured self. You are too busy counting your gold, protecting your respectability, and planning your secure tomorrow. I tell you with absolute, universe-shattering certainty, true freedom is not a political arrangement. It is not an economic safety net, and it is not a social license. True freedom is a purely spiritual phenomenon. It belongs to moksha, the absolute liberation of your consciousness from the heavy weight of the past and the illusory dreams of the future. It means you step out of the herd completely, drop your borrowed masks, and claim your original, childlike innocence right here and now. Do not tell me that you will dissolve your conditioning slowly, piece by piece, over time. That is a cheap trick of your lazy ego to postpone your awakening. Slavery can never be left behind through a gradual arrangement. Imagine a dark room that has been locked for 100 years. When you bring a single candle into that room, does the darkness leave slowly, piece by piece? Does a portion of the shadow march out of the door first, while the rest waits in the corner? No. The very microsecond the light enters, the darkness simply ceases to exist. Your understanding is that light. The very moment you see the absolute truth of your comfortable prison, the very moment you realize that your chains are your own creation, born from your deep fear of standing alone, those chains simply drop off your wrists without a single ounce of effort. You do not have to fight the prison. You simply open your wings and realize that the endless, star-filled sky has always belonged to you. Claim your divine sovereignty. Step into your absolute originality and let your unique life become a continuous, ecstatic dance of pure joy and celebration. You can access our comprehensive guide to unlocking this absolute blueprint for human liberation by exploring the Hidden Energy Protocol Reclaim Your God Mode ebook, available directly within the description below.